Testing, testing. Morning, Auntie Soul Food. Morning, everybody. Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the heart, me. Morning, Marie. I'm good, Soul Food. How are you? Oh shit. What's up, Bougie? Morning, Marie. How's everybody doing? Thank you for the gifts. If y'all want to come up, the panel is open. Whenever the first person comes up, it'll show the panel, but it's up. Y'all can come up if you want to. I'm getting the live shared out. If everybody would share the live out for me, just share it to three people for me. You can share it to up to 15, but share it to three for me. I'd appreciate it. Swaggy Chef, what's going on, bro? What's up, Cupcakes? Okay, Mania. So today is Q&A, y'all. Today is Q&A. Any legal questions that you have about self-defense in the state of Texas about the Carmelo Anthony case, anything that you haven't had clarity on other panels, that's what we're gonna work on today. Tell mom I said good morning, Cupcake. Soul Food, where you been, Auntie? I haven't seen you around. Auntie Soul Food, where you been? I understand. I took a break as well, so I definitely understand that. Gina, welcome in. Good morning. I'm gonna send you a message on the back end, Soul Food. Glad you're healing and you're feeling better. We missed you around these streets. I appreciate it, Shannon. Thank you. I I took a well needed break for sure. Shabuki, what's going on? Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Sometimes it's I'm doing better. For sure, for sure. I missed you too. Francesca, welcome in. Okay. Thank y'all for the gifts. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just waiting on everybody to get here. A couple people messaged me. They're a couple minutes behind. Morning, Kara. Good morning. I'm just waiting on everybody to get here, y'all. Give me a few minutes, please. All right. Good morning, everybody. What's up? Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you able to hear that music?
Not now.
Okay. I was trying to wait on Sierra, but we can go ahead and get started. How's your morning going?
It's going all right. I'm just now getting back in the house.
Oh, you just can't be still, huh?
It's nice outside, and I'm ready for. I just don't like being injured. That's all.
I understand. All right, let me get this live shared out again. Welcome in, shout to God. All right, so today is like I said, it's really like a question and answer session, but I want to like make sure that I'm making it clear for people to understand the five elements of self-defense. I think that's the most important part here. And people carry on, Carmelo was the provoker. Carmelo was in a place where he didn't have a right to be. He should have retreated. He used too much force. So, they don't understand that they're talking about the elements of self-defense, and I want them to understand how the self-defense elements and how Carmelo meets those standards under Texas law. So that's kind of what I'm going to focus on today. And if anybody has any questions about anything, feel free type them in the chat or come up on the panel. The boxes are open and are guilty. I'm here to answer any questions, try to explain anything the best of my abilities. No expert, but I got pretty good knowledge on the subject. Mina, you mind sharing this to Big T for me, please?
Yeah, I will share it again. Hold on.
Thank you. God of my kings, welcome in. We are what, 40, was it 48 days until trial today?
I think so. I hope they don't do like you said and continue it. Let's get this over with.
That's funny you said
After
that. I
that,
had a
there's not going to be a
conversation.
change of
I
venue.
had a I had a conversation about that this morning.
She said to give her a minute. She'll be right over.
Okay. Now, okay. So, what's up, A Royal? So, appreciate you for the heart means, y'all. Mile How, TMG, Kira, welcome in, everybody. Good morning. Um, Again, this is like a Q and A session for Carmelo's case of Texas self-defense laws, laws about weapons, whatever you have as it pertains to Texas and self-defense. That's what I'm here for today. Um, why do you feel so adamant about the case going forward on June 1st, Mania?
Because what other reason? They don't have to do no more. They're dragging it out. They need to let this boy have his freedom. What other information do they need? The fact that they're doing all this hiding and withholding and muting and all of that. How long do y'all think y'all gonna do this? I don't care that you don't. It's like a them problem. If they weren't so crooked, maybe they would have. Uh, they need to get it together.
Okay, so what if the defense is the ones that are wanting to push the trial back? Do you that no, we need to keep pushing forward?
Oh, what's the defense need? What is it? I would need to know what they needed.
Well, unfortunately, we're not in a position to know that, but there's a multitude of things that the defense could need that would warrant them pushing the trial back. I mean, we just don't know. I mean, there could be. like I said yesterday, a smoking ace. Uh, that is going to ensure Carmelo walks free at trial. And they're trying to secure this asset. They're trying to secure this person for this testimony at trial. And if we just proceed to trial without him, we may not be as lucky. So I understand it from both sides. Like in all reality, I want Carmelo to walk as soon as possible. Like I want him to be free. Like he doesn't deserve to be and deserve to be charged, in my opinion. Thank y'all for the heart news. Thank you. Um, but I feel like if they need more time, I think it's appropriate to give them more time. The minutes that uncle's
That's
the
my
minute
exact sentiments.
the minutes that uncle said touch me and see what happens, he became the aggressor. OG Breeze, this is like your third time in here. You're more than welcome to come up on the panel and have a dialogue. Um, and I still have yet for anyone to show me in the law where Carmelo saying touch me and see what happens makes him the aggressor. Because to my knowledge, there's actually two things in the law that would say that that's a warning. One in 9.32 and in 9.34, words that are used to cause apprehension, which could make someone think twice about their actions. Um, that's deemed a warning, and that's lawful for him to do. So therefore, it's not a threat. Thank y'all. And do you have the mere words doctrine? So words without actions don't make you a provocator or provoker. So I don't understand your thought process. Why is he even still in school? He's been caught with a poker three different times at school. So apparently, you're the only one that has this information because no one else has been presented this information. So would you care to tell us where you got this information from? And then I would go further to think that if he was caught with a poker at school three different times and he wasn't expelled, then maybe the poker actually is lawful for him to have. I'm not saying I won't see in June.
There's never
I'm just
been
asking
poker.
information from. See, I ask very specific questions, but people don't give, answers back to the question. It wasn't fall for him to have weed to sign outside the gate. What? That I have no idea what you are trying to say.
Okay, well, I have a question for you because I'm he ain't talking about nothing. He ain't talking about nothing. Ain't no Q. Anyway, so now how does this change if we find out like we're thinking they're up there threatening him, get the f out of here, mf, I'm gonna f you up, blah 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 blah. And he's like, touch me and see what happens.
Mhm.
What then does that change that to? Doesn't that make them the provocateur, being that they said that and then followed through with it? Because
Well,
how does touch me and see what happened end up being provocation when he was
again,
threatened?
again, the law says mere words don't constitute provocation. It is words plus actions. So, first of all, if they're telling him move or I'll make you move, can instantly be viewed as a threat. You are now saying to me that you're going to cause physical harm to me or there's going to be an unwanted touch. I won't say cause physical harm, but there was an unwanted touch, right? Thank you, Sissy.
And then
So
they
then
followed through.
Right. So then when you follow through with the action of actually grabbing him, you now have the physical threat. Right. Now, what's important to notice, the law doesn't just say we can use deadly force just because someone touches us. We all know that. So it's based off of a reasonable expectation of serious bodily injury or unaliving, and it is the actions that you can see from the person in the imminence of that moment. So I can't speak 100% for Carmelo's state of mind, but like I said before, if you're faced with four people, right, one verbally aggressive, one physically aggressive, and two others that are physically present in the area that can intervene at any time, the law says you have a right to anticipate people as threats. And in that very moment, Carmelo could have very well viewed all of the other three people as active threats, and he would have been justified in escalating the force to meet the force that he was presented. So, It is what it is when people, say proportionate force or they say he shouldn't have had the poker. It's whatever. I mean, like OG Bree says, he had a poker at school 3 times and he was still in school. So obviously the poker wasn't illegal, right? It just doesn't make any sense. Good morning, Sissy. Welcome to the panel.
Oh, good morning.
How are you? Morning, Shanae.
Doing well.
I was just trying to address some of the things that OG was saying. I don't know. Maybe you have some words for him, but it just goes to show you that people just don't even understand the system. Because OG Breeze is saying he's 46 days away from the day that they have jury selection, he's going to be found guilty. That makes absolutely no sense. So, at least learn the process before we like just start saying things. But at the end of the day, like I told you, OG Breeze, you're more than welcome to come to the panel and have a discussion. But what I've learned is that and dolatoids like yourself who just base everything off of their feelings like to stay down in the comments rather than come on the panel because you can't articulate an actual legal argument. You just want to stay in the comments and post, stupid shit. But it's okay,
That's
whatever.
that's their mission to disrupt. That's their mission. They don't care. They don't have a horse in the race, not even with feelings at all. Their prime goal is just to be a pain
What's
in
up,
the
Landis?
ass.
Welcome in, bro. I'm sorry, Sissy.
Well, that's they don't care because their prime mission is to be a pain in the ass.
Hmm.
They don't have any or anything to add. They're just it's like the ones that come on here and say the N with the hard R. I mean, come on.
Right, right. I mean, I just really want people to think about it. I want everybody that's in here right now. There's 32 people here. I really want y'all to think about it, right? If Carmelo had a poker at school and was caught with it on 3 separate occasions, right? And he was still in school, it's against school policy and it's against the law, like these people are saying. Are you telling me the school system just failed everybody and allowed him to carry the poker? Or would the logical conclusion be that the poker is actually legal and he could have it? Make it make sense here. Kyle, I don't know. Is it a great day to be white? I mean, from my perspective, it's a great day to be black. So you're entitled to your opinions, right, Sherrod?
I'm but
Um,
my dad's BS got the best of both worlds. So what was that again?
oh no, Kyle said, what another great day to be white. So I was saying, I can't
Hmm.
relate to being white, but it's definitely a great day to be black. I can tell you that much,
Hmm.
right, Sherrod? It was legal. I mean, it's in the how people can conflate the two. How do you not know the difference between school policy and state law? I mean, it's even in the Texas Education Code. So if you want to go there, it's there too. They talk about location restricted poker. So it's in the law as far as the school system and the state law. So I just don't understand. It's all just people talking with feelings and emotions rather than, logic and law. I mean, that's the only way I can look at it.
I mean, if you take any CJ classes at all, 101, that trumps school policy
Hmm.
anytime. That's the one of the first. That's like 2 plus 2 is 4. It's a basic.
What's up, Sherrod?
Hi, Sherrod.
Peace, peace. What's going on? Hey, sissy, how you doing? What's up, man?
Hey, Sherrod.
All right. I got a question for you. Think is the most important piece of evidence in this case as far as Carmelo's exoneration? Do you feel
Ah,
like is it the video? It's a good question. I like to ask people because it make you have to dig a little bit.
you said the most important piece of evidence here.
Hmm. Or I think the question I normally ask is, what piece of evidence that they are trying to hide from us is the most damning piece to exonerate Carmelo?
Well, I I just believe that it's more than just one person is the biggest is one of the biggest pieces. Say what they saw in the video, and I mean, but the way they engaged in their approach or assault on him is going to be one of the biggest pieces of evidence here. Um, because I just got it in my down deep down there from from actually doing legal cases and fighting for my own self that I don't see uh, four kids approaching a kid and he was to the a verbal approach of one kid, and then he also resisted against the approach of Austin in the beginning. So I don't see the other kids that's involved. We were all kids before in school. We understood how it go. If your homeboy got in something and the opposing kid resists, what do you do?
Jump in.
So right. So that's what I'm saying. So I mean, that's gonna be the most important situation far as for his defense, which I know that they jumped him. Like kids don't fight fair when it's in this type of situation. And
Right, right.
I know that those people feel like he said words that were, uh, even though you can't provoke without being the initiator anyway, I'm just provocating words, which is, I don't know what kind of law they're looking at saying that, but um, those words were response, were if allegedly, if he said it, that's a response. So I want to part of the situation where the four were accosting him at one time, and he resisted against basically everything that they tried, but only one touched him.
Right, right.
This is the real world. I just can't go with that. But I need more evidence to back what I'm saying. But I was a child before, like you were a child before. We grew up in neighborhoods where we seen this, or we was a part of something like this. It might not have went that far, but something more. The person that was approached by a group of people. Look at the Christopher Neiman situation. This is a similar situation. His is just in an open space. Am I correct or no?
I completely agree.
I'm gonna land right there. I'm gonna let you take
And,
over from there.
and you brought up Christopher Niehaus. They got the same narrative about this that Christopher is not justified in self-defense, and him and his two friends are attacked by 13 people. Like where does this make sense that someone can be attacked by 13 people and you still can't claim self-defense? Just make it make sense somewhere. Like look at it through the lens of the law. Like it makes no sense. And for
No,
those people that claim that that's not true, that Christopher wasn't attacked by 13 people.
I just wanted some fucking water, dude. Oh shit. Oh, y'all some pussies. Hey, bro, what's up, bro? I'm
So she spit and he slapped her.
Yes. And then
Out this time, I finally seen her spit and then he slapped her.
right. And the police say, well, the spit doesn't justify the smack. The
Yeah,
spit is
yes,
not
it
a
does because
Yes,
that's
it
assault.
does. That's right.
That's an
yeah,
aggravated assault at that.
the
Yep.
You used
bodily
your
fluids.
bodily
Bodily
fluids.
fluids. You exposed. She
Yeah, you
exposed
can't.
him.
Nah,
She exposed him to in, and that means herpes, syphilis, and everything else.
Right.
Rewind it again so I can see it again, cause I want to see. I want to see that too.
Also, you're going to see her after she does that. She actually takes her hand to hit him, and he's shoving her away. I don't know if you can see it. Look for that.
So you can see here already that the girl is being restrained by the friends because
Yeah.
she's already in his space, right? So now he's already justified at this point because she's physically coming at him and someone's trying to.
pussies. Hey, bro, what's up, bro? I'm chill. Oh,
Oh,
shit.
and then the other boys jumped on him.
Right. Tell me where this isn't him defending himself.
that's defending itself from the start of it all the way through the end. When he poked the kid, that's him defend, and it's 13, 14 people
Ganging.
jumping on him.
Right.
I'm sorry. Grand Rising, everyone. I'm so sorry.
He'll find Grand Rising.
He, like Sherrod said, it even if his friends were still trying to de-escalate the situation, he was trying to remove himself, but they kept coming forth. So what that is right there, that is complete self-defense, and it's considered a gang. They are considered, if you legally look at it, it's considered a gang. Am I right, Sherrod?
Yes, in this situation right here, that's like a
Gang
gang
activity.
attack. The way they formed against him, they never stopped. Nobody ever de-escalated nothing. They just kept on coming forward. He just was able to maintain his footing. But if he didn't have good balance, he would have been on the ground getting stomped because
Yep.
that's what it looked like they were trying to do.
So this is where okay. So when your boy got up here the last couple days telling us what the reality of Texas, which we realize what the reality is, what do you think they're going to do? This is clearly self-defense. Like, how is he going to be tried? Like, how are they going to how are they going to spin this narrative? Like,
And
I'm
this one is going to be hard for them because there's a video, just all of the evidence that we can see, that everybody can see. Everybody can see that they attacked him from start
yep.
To
to
finish.
the end until
Mhm.
he had no choice. Remember, he never poked until he had no choice. Now they were mobbing him from the beginning of this. Even before they touched him, it was a mob activity because she had to be restrained, and none of the mob. He was backing up, retreating the whole time. He never went
Right.
forward. So I don't know. This case should be quick.
And why
How
she's
they
not,
dragging it out?
Well, I mean, uh, I don't
look
know.
at it.
With court procedures, is dragging it out. Is you don't call it dragging it out. Everything takes time. It has a time frame, time limit. You know, you have to put in motions, the you put in, or their motions, and then you put in your, rebuttal to what they. Everything takes time. It don't just you don't just go to court and it's over. No, I know we looking at it and we feel like we seeing what we seeing, and but there's procedures and there's things that has to take place before this case meets its end. But in the end, from what we see, he should win this. They should win this. His counsel, and
Right,
due to
right.
the
Yeah, I
fact
can't.
that
I I can't see why his defense attorney hasn't filed a motion to dismiss. I I've watched this a lot of times, and this kid's clearly not guilty of anything.
mhm,
Right,
How
right.
many kids was that? I didn't count. How many?
like
Like,
13, I
It,
counted. I don't
it,
know.
it was
Yeah,
13.
but I think
what?
the law says I think it's two or more is considered mob action. That's a felony right there.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
Her body,
Two or more people is considered mob action, which is considered a gang.
and
And this is
exposing him to bodily fluids, that is a felony. Because for the simple
Yeah, I don't.
fact is this,
I
wait a
don't.
minute, because the simple does not know what she's exposed to. So when you don't tell someone you're what you exposed to, that is a felony. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
there in Texas, but I know it's here in Virginia. And also, with that being said, her spitting, she should have been arrested for assault with bodily fluids. And why they didn't arrest her and why they didn't arrest the rest of them, that was what gets me. Why none of them are incarcerated.
Texas, if that's the case, if it's not a battery or simple battery or agbat, I guess that depends on the state. But yeah, she should have been charged also.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's a
she should have been
felony in Texas.
charged.
the police department said that they chose not to charge her because the penal code for spitting in Texas only applies to law enforcement. No,
That you telling me that, mm,
yeah, they
mm-mm.
said the relevant charge for her spitting on him would constitute disorderly conduct, but not an assault. Unless he contracted something from her spitting, then they would be able to charge her with what was it? Assault by offensive contact with bodily injury. But they elected not to charge her at all with
Yeah,
anything.
they looked at injury. They looked at the injury component. I had a guy arrested in the back of my cage before we had plastic, and he was spitting through the cage at me. And I charged him, but the courts threw it out. They didn't do anything with it.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. And I would have
It
slapped
is.
Mario coins at her too.
Yeah, when I
They
was
should
in
Right.
have
court,
been
I was
the sonic
testifying.
rings.
When I was
You
in
would have
court testifying, they were like, "What evidence do you have? Did you collect the spit off your neck?" And I looked at him like, "Are you right?" I wiped it off and cleaned myself up, but I was like, "What?"
evidence right there, and so it could have stuck with them. It could have stuck.
Yeah, but that it'd still be like a simple battery, like you said, disorderly
I don't
conduct,
care.
simple battery.
I don't care, but that's still an assault against you. Spitting is
Yep, but that's not what
nasty.
they're not going to charge it as an assault or battery. They're going to charge it as disorderly conduct. $75 fine. Get out of here.
So what? Smack the shit the Mario coins out of her. What? Because I'm trying
I
to
think
figure
he's
out how
fine.
he got
I
charged.
think this case gets this once he gets to court. I think there's going to be a motion to dismiss, and they're going to kick it out. They're still gathering evidence and reviewing evidence. The defense attorney makes money by prolonging it. Unfortunately, that's how they operate. Because he could file a motion to dismiss at any time, but you got to have all the information up front.
If I'm
And
not
Miss
Mm.
Jones
mistaken,
was
didn't the
right.
son just get another charge? The son that the one that got jabbed, was that the one that y'all were
Yeah,
showing yesterday?
yeah, Dylan. Dylan
Hmm.
got
Interesting.
charges for it was, I think it was possession of controlled substance for between 4 and 400, I think it was, or 4 and 200.
If
So why
if the
they not
defense
charging him?
if the defense files charges against everybody and finds out who all the actors are in the case, a video that is used to against one person cannot be used against another. So now that's up to the prosecutor to make that choice. That would be
Right.
the smart thing to do, because you know at that point, you've got one against how many? 13?
Hmm.
I'm
Yeah,
not
but
sure why they don't
I
just
was the
do
defense.
that.
I wouldn't want anybody charged because I'd go into court and I'd say, you charged my client with X, but you let 9 other people go free with no
That's
charges,
right.
and I'd put that
That's
on
right.
them. So I wouldn't want them charged for as a defense attorney. But yeah,
I mean, that would just to me be the really smart thing to do. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just simply saying that I'm not sure why they don't just uh, jump down that, because um, that's a real logical way of uh, you know doing it.
So people, most logical minded people agree that it was self-defense. I mean, you can't even argue with the evidence here. Like Carmelo, we don't have a video per se that's out to the public, but this video has been made, aware to the public, and people still think that he's guilty. Thank you. It just doesn't make any sense. Um, eh,
yeah, I
I
don't see
think
how he's
it's.
guilty. And I'll tell you, I've been
Go ahead, Max.
no, I was just saying I've been a cop for over 30 years, and there's no way I would have charged him with anything. Now the prosecution, because I'm willing to bet the police department was probably like, we ain't charging this, but they're gonna be like, hey, we got a victim here, and the prosecutor's like, well, we're charging this guy. But as a street cop, I'd be like, no, there's no way I would charge this.
Right, right.
Yeah, but the prosecution is different. You know, they their job is to put you away. So we do father or something is a sheriff or something, or he's down with the something some part of legal some part of legal some part of the system where they're at. So he got injured. So that's a total different aspects of how things would go from the police department to the
Yeah,
prosecution.
yeah, you're right.
So that's that we got to know that in a regular situation, this case should have been thrown out from the very beginning. Watching what's taking place within this video, but when you got, I mean, look what they're trying to do to him, as far as from the perspective of things like with his bail package and how he went to tell him he had to press this side of the machine instead of pressing this side, the other side, and they're saying he didn't check in, and all of that's a tactic. That has nothing to do with him being guilty of anything. It's a tactic so he can mess up, and boom, they got him. Far as up until he goes to court for this, because I don't see where in a trial where they're gonna watch this video right here is guilty of an act against another in this situation. I just don't see it. I mean, y'all tell me what.
Yeah, I don't see it either. And I think
See it.
walking an indictment, this video was available at the time of the indictment. And again, this is another example of the prosecution doing their job to secure the conviction purposely withholding evidence that exonerates someone just so they can move the trial forward. You know, same thing with Carmelo.
Also, you also see him trying to de-escalate the situation by removing himself and restraining himself from putting hands on anybody. So how is it that they charge him and not charge the rest of them with the aggression that they placed upon him?
I just explained to you why.
I know why. I know why. And I got it. I understood it wholeheartedly. I understood it.
Hmm.
And then what they, like you said, they wanted him to mess up so they can get, it gives them a reason to incarcerate him. I get it, Sherrod. I understand, honey. I know the codes too, baby. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Hmm.
Yeah. What's up, Billions on? Welcome in, everybody. There's 48 people in the live. Thank all y'all for joining me this morning. I appreciate it. If y'all don't mind, let's try to get up to like 15K likes in like the next 15 minutes. That's like we only need 3K more likes to get there. If you haven't sent your daily heart me, go ahead and send that. There is a gift goal, some donuts. If you're enjoying the conversation, send a donut, show your appreciation. We got a lot of people on the panel that's got a lot of good information, knowledge of the law. They've worked on their own cases, so they know what they're talking about here. There's two boxes open if you want to come up. You're more than welcome to. Whether you think that Christopher Neenhouse or Carmelo are guilty or innocent, we're open to the conversation as long as you're respectful. And I'm gonna get back on topic here. But the ride over there apparently in Candy Crush.
That's when you lift, go up, and your gift go, man.
um,
Not Candy Crush.
right. All right. So let's get on these five elements of self. Like it says on the screen, innocence. People like to say that Carmelo provoked the situation. Carmelo invited the violence by saying, "Touch me and see what happens." That's not the way this works, right? First of
Mm-mm.
all, Carmelo had a lawful right to be there. It was a school sponsored or school sanctioned event. He was there by invitation. He went to school that morning, rode the bus to the event, so we can't say he wasn't supposed to be there. Secondly, uh, mere words alone without actions, you can't just say that it's provocation.
Hmm.
Like there have to be actions coupled with the words. Now, if he had said, "Touch me and see what happens," but we know
Hmm.
that he was actually under the physical threat at that time. He was the one being pushed. He was the one had four people in front of him who were telling him they were going to move him if he didn't move. You got anything to add to that, Sherrod?
Yeah, what they don't really understand is you must be an initiator, like meaning you're an aggressor. How can you then be provoked by someone else when your aggression in this situation has never degressed? You never digressed at one time throughout this whole situation. Austin never tried to digress, meaning to stop his aggression upon Carmelo at no way, form, or fashion. Before he defended himself against Austin's assault or physical bodily harm. So I don't understand where they come in saying that Carmelo provoked anything. Austin was the initiator of this. He provoked it. He never stopped his aggression. He accosted him. He verbally threatened him first, and he physically. I don't understand where they come from saying that uh, that provocation would go to Carmelo and not Austin.
Right. Eh,
I mean, we understand the law. If I'm saying something wrong, then you correct me.
No,
Um,
Sherrod, it's
you're
called a
spot on.
warning. It's called a
no,
warning.
no,
You
wait a
know,
minute, Chris. Wait a minute. 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 I don't even like using that because I'm gonna say it again. To provocate, you must be an initiator.
Yeah.
right,
You must start something.
right.
Hmm.
So you can't. Let's forget about warning. The person or persons that provocated here isn't
Oh, correct. I'm
Am
just
I
saying.
right,
Yeah.
constitutional, or am I wrong?
You're right. In simple terms, the person who started the whole incident is the one who provoked it, which was Austin and
Right.
Hunter.
Oh, I'm
I
in total
got you.
agreement, guys. What I'm saying is, it's a warning to stop harassing me, or I'm going to have to defend
I,
myself. That's what I'm trying
No,
to
I
it's
say.
don't like
not.
people to
You
say
don't.
that.
No.
Listen, the
Listen.
reason why I don't like people to say that is because it looked like he initiated something when you saying
Right.
he it was a warning.
Right.
He didn't warn nobody to do anything. They gave a response, and that response was you don't. Someone walks up to you, you don't just say touch me and see what happens. That doesn't make sense. So we all know that the provocator here also was the initiator verbally and physically.
Mhm.
Constitution, am I correct or no?
You're correct.
That's what I mean. I don't know.
I,
Uh
I like, like it really doesn't bother me which way it's presented because at the end of the day, couldn't have been the provocator, right? I do like the way Sherrod puts it, so you don't even have the endo window that Carmelo had any inkling of starting it. So I like that as well. Welcome to the panel, King. Welcome to the panel, HP. Sorry, it's been a second since I got to say welcome to the panel, but how are y'all doing this morning?
Good, good, good. And I do want to say I do understand the pejorative use or the pejorative interpretation of the word warning, that which could be taken negatively. I hear what you're saying on all of that. I got you.
Yeah.
yeah, we
Um,
gotta understand how the criminal procedure looks at verbal communication in a situation like this. Um his comes from his physical movement, which also was a response to everything. If you get what I'm saying, he never initiated no kind of contact, no verbal communicative contact or physical. This is all going to play a part in what the procedures are done in the courtroom at trial. He was never an aggressor. He never threatened anybody. He never told anybody what he would do to them. He absorbed everything until he had no more room to absorb anything else. And then as he responded to the assault that was brought against him, or the physical bodily harm or imminent danger that would came his way, he had no other resources but to take that threat or physical bodily harm off of him, because
right.
it clearly says that he grabbed him to tell him to remove from it. Now you don't grab someone to tell them something. So they put to grab to tell instead of putting grab to remove. That's why I changed it. He told him to move from the tent 7, 8 times before that. Now, right before he got poked, he grabbed him to tell him to move again. Does that make sense?
Not
Yeah,
it.
right.
No.
So
Well,
that's what I'm
and
saying.
that's the thing. You have to make it make sense. It,
I
Appreciate
mean,
y'all
or
for the
it
gifts.
doesn't
Thank
make
you.
any
Thank you.
sense.
uh, I'm gonna let Constitutional go at y'all for a little while.
I think we resolved that one. I'm gonna go on to the next one. So the order that they're on the screen, it really doesn't matter. You just got to meet the five elements. But I like to do them in order that makes sense to me. So the second one to me is reasonable belief, a honest and reasonable belief that they're under a threat of serious bodily injury or death, right? And that doesn't mean that I have to have a fear that I'm going to be unalive. It doesn't mean that someone has to be pointing a pew pew at me or they have to have a weapon. It just means that my honest belief is that I'm going to be seriously hurt to the point that I'm not able to leave in the same condition that I came. That's what's defined as serious bodily injury, right? And so at what point in time would a reasonable and prudent person on the jury not conclude that a person who's physically aggressed by one person, verbally aggressed upon by another, and there's two others in the immediate vicinity that could intervene at any time, anytime, that I'm not going to leave in the same condition that I came? And you're sitting down minding your business, right? and then you just look up and there's four people towering over you. How does that work? Chris, you got something to add to this?
Coming off that injury, he's healing, so he knows he's got diminished capacity to do anything in his defense. That's got to come in.
Right. Anybody else have anything to add?
Know how many blows or the pain that he took
When
once they did start putting their hands on him.
Right.
So yeah, he had a
And
reasonable belief. I can't take these hits.
right. And remember, Texas law 9.31 and 9.32 both say you have a right to anticipate force. And it also says
Yes.
unlawful force and attempted use of
Tempted.
unlawful
It was so,
force.
so lawful
So that
force.
means
Yes.
that a person does not even have to be
I have to
active
touch you. Right.
to respond, right? So even at that, they like to use the argument that, oh well, only one person touched him. Well, unfortunately, the other three people don't have to touch him in order for him to act accordingly. And we know for a fact they acted in concert. I don't care if they were coming back to their tent, but did they come back to their tent or their canopy and sit down? No, they came back and they approached Carmelo. And according to Hunter's own words on the national news, they approached aggressively. They didn't just come over and say, Carmelo, or who are you? What are you doing under our canopy? They came over aggressively. Not only was he pushed, he was verbally assaulted, he was grabbed, and his property was grabbed. And might I add, what is it called when someone takes or attempts to take your property while using force?
That's attempted robbery.
Hmm. So a
Well,
person isn't.
I had the
Go ahead.
code for that one. I had the code for that one. I read it before when you had the lawyer, the Texas lawyer who talked about felony murder. She approached it from one angle, but I approached it from the control of his bag like that. Even if it doesn't have a value of $2,500, when you attempt to take the bag to exercise control over it or over the person, that is a second degree felony. And there you have your felony murder right there.
Hmm.
what does the law, right? Law, right? That's what we're talking about. When you're in the process of committing such an act and something's happened, all of them will be held culpable,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Okay. So what is also the law on choosing, because it's a choice, to approach by bringing an equalizer? And in this case, hands, fist, and feet, right?
Hmm.
Taking all of the boys extra out of the equation. But we do know for sure, right? I mean, uh, there were four, but we'll just say two. We definitely know Austin and Hunter, right? So, Austin, regardless, you're bringing an equalizer, correct?
Correct.
At that point, not that whatever happens afterwards isn't important, because it is, but when you choose to do that, absolutely self-defense. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I've given this analysis, right? And I'll go with what you said. There's two people. So look at it like this. We've got eight weapons versus four weapons, right? Carmelo's got two hands and 2 feet, but there's four hands and 4 feet on the other side. So Carmelo's clearly not on a level playing field. He has a right to be equal in this. And how does he equalize this? He used the poker. I mean, it makes perfect sense, people. And this isn't one of the elements, but people like to talk about the legality of the poker. I mean, it's just common sense. The law says that as long as it's 5.5 inches or less, he has a right to have it. And how does someone having a poker equal trespass is ludicrous to me. That makes no sense to me.
It would only if, for
Because
example, only if that was the sole purpose he used it to come there to do, then you could have a criminal trespass, like the kid at the Wilmer Hutchins school who came there solely to bring that pew pew there and start pew pewing. So it's inapplicable.
And what are the elements
Well,
that a
but a pew
person?
pew is a different weapon. This knife is not a prohibited. The pew pew is.
Right. That's it. And right. It would be per se prohibited. Also, there's that additional fact. Correct.
And Christopher, what are the elements that someone must meet in order for it to be trespassing or criminal trespassing? Some people don't know there's a difference, but they're the same thing.
The criminal trespass, but you have to be warned to leave the by someone who has authority to warn you to leave, and you remain despite being told to go. And you're therefore an illicit purpose. You have to be trespassing first, which he's not doing.
Yeah, but they must call the authorities, and then the authorities tell you to leave, and then you don't leave, and then you trespass, which they will
Right.
arrest you.
Right. They have no
So
authority.
the authority figure would be owner or person of in charge figure for the first part telling you to leave. Then that authority figure must call the law authorities. The law authorities come and tell you to leave. You don't leave. Now you're criminally trespassing, and they take you off to jail.
Hmm. Yeah, by the way, I've got a case right here. Apparent danger. A defendant may act on an apparent danger. The victim need not actually be using unaliving force if, from the defendant's standpoint at the time, it reasonably appears that such unlawful unaliving force is about to be used. Jones versus State, 544 Southwest 2nd, 139.
Right. And
Who
go ahead.
deputized those boys?
No
Yeah,
one.
right, right. Who deputized those boys?
And they talk about
Right? I
Carmelo.
mean, sarcastically.
They say Carmelo broke school policy by having the poker. Hmm. The Metcalfs broke school policy also. I mean, it's clearly defined on page 17 of the school policy that a student that asserts authority over another student is bullying. So,
Right, which is
you know,
the third listing on the policy, was touching someone or the without basically a combat situation. It's the third listing on the policy report. I don't understand. I don't know.
eh, like, at the end of the day, the trespass narrative, it's not going to happen. The poker being illegal, not going to happen. Carmelo being the provocator, not going to happen. Carmelo being somewhere he's not supposed to be, that that makes no sense either. If you're invited to the event as an athlete, you have a lawful right to be there. The policy says during inclement weather you have a right to seek shelter wherever you deem to be safe or wherever to get out of the inclement weather. The canopy was not owned by the Metcalfs or two of the boys that they were with, so they had no authority to ask Carmelo to move or to physically attempt to remove him. So it just doesn't make any sense to me that people are still going around with this narrative that Carmelo had no right to be there. Was the stadium public? Yes. Was the event open to the public? Yes. Was he in the visitor side of the stadium? Yes. Was the canopy public? Yes. So under what overt authority did anyone have other than law enforcement or a staff member to ask Carmelo to move? I'll
There's
wait.
no pretense at all for just we just know this. A teacher, a coach, or person of authority would never give a child the authority in a classroom or a school setting to police another child. Policing meaning to grab, touch, move, whatever the
Threaten,
case may be. That
threaten.
would never happen because a teacher doesn't have the authority to police another child in today's school setting. Everything has changed. They must go get the SRO officer, and the officer must come and remove the child from this class. The teacher can no longer grab them and take them out like when we were going to school. That doesn't happen anymore.
Right.
So I don't understand what part of this they don't get, but like I said, I'm willing to debate anybody on this shit.
Right. And then the next part. This is Chris's favorite part. Proportionality. You want to do this one, Chris?
Uh, well, I've got there's is justified only if both are true. The actor would be justified in using force under 931, and the actor reasonably believes deadly force is immediately necessary to a protect against the other's use of attempted use of unlawful unliving force, or to prevent the other's imminent commission of aggravated kidnapping, murder, SA, aggravated SA, robbery, or aggravated robbery. So, what did we have when they took that bag? Hmm.
It's I mean it's attempted robbery, but because that's why I say that because it says they grabbed the bag. We got to stop adding words to it where it says they took it. It says he grabbed. It never
Right, but
even
He said, I
grabbing it.
aggressively. He
Yeah,
said, I
even grabbing it.
aggressively.
Hold on, let me finish before we go any further because I don't want y'all to give the other side nothing to come at y'all with. Even grabbing it is attempted robbery because that's it's illegal for you to go in your own bag when no one knows what's in the bag. It's his own bag. He can dig in it all he wants. So who is Austin to then grab his personal belongings in an attempt to stop or take away? I mean, gives you any authority to do so. So yes, that's attempted to take his belongings, which is attempted robbery because it's his, it's not yours. So I mean, it's a lot of ways to go to look at this. I don't like to use the robbery term because I don't believe that they were trying to take something away to for their own uh, or for themselves.
Hmm.
Um, that's why I don't like to use it that uh,
Yeah, yeah,
word.
yeah. I got you on that. The statute reads though with an attempt to control the property, and
Yeah,
I'll
right.
talk about that statute. It's a 3002 statute in there, but it's the attempt to control it, which is what they were doing. They're attempting to control him or his property by grabbing it. And that's where I'm going with it.
Yes, you're
And they were
correct.
definitely trying to control him with that. They
What?
said it themselves.
What's up, trading company? Welcome to the panel. What are your thoughts? Trading company, welcome to the panel. What are your thoughts? Y'all go ahead.
You might not know he up here.
Okay. So
Chris, what you think about proportionality? Are you doing that yet, or you constitution? Are you on proportionality?
yeah, that's what I had ex Chris to do, but then he went out, Chris be going on a tangent sometimes. You can go ahead with it if you want to.
Go ahead, guys. I like it. Actually, I like the way constitutional handles proportionality. So why don't you take that one?
Yeah, constitutional. Go ahead. I mean, I'll say something afterwards, but you can go
Okay.
before me.
So I always explain proportionality like the law looks at it, right? When you're in court, proportionality and necessity, right? Necessary force. It's not necessarily the same amount of force that met with force, but it's the amount of necessary force that a person feels in that very moment to equalize the threat that's in front of them and then stop, right? People say, oh, it was excessive. Well, excessive would have been for him to continue to poke him once he was on the ground. Somebody get Bama Mama out of my live, please. Thank you.
Well,
So,
and
uh, no, go ahead. You good?
proportionality also means size, weight, people's persons, how many individuals, how many hands, how many feet, how many what how many uh, weapons, whatever. But if you're gonna go on proportionality, you got to use, like I said, size, weight, how many individuals. Um,
And let's
that
not forget the skill disparity. They
right,
were
which
trained
would
in martial arts.
right. But did he know? Did he know that, or did they propose that to him? That's another part of martial arts that they're going to use, that the prosecution would use to say, to combat against saying that they were martial arts, whatever. Um,
Now, I did just find a new case. Well, actually, Big Tiff found it the other day.
mhm.
Um, it's Jamal. Minya might remember. Minya, what's that case we were talking about the other day? I know his first name is Jamal. I can't remember the last name, but it was in Texas as well, in San Antonio, uh, where a guy used his hands and he was trained in martial arts, and he beat up an officer on the side of the street, and I think she actually passed away. And they said it was self-defense. And the fact of the matter is that even when a person does not know that the other person has those trained hands or those trained skills, it still can be self defense because in the course of action, a person can determine that skill set or how you're training. So, like people like to say, well, Carmelo never knew that, they were trained in martial arts. Well, fuck that. If you get in, a southpaw stance and I'm used to street fighting, you damn right I can tell the difference between a regular street fighter and someone who's trained. So let's not go down that road. And that's what they're gonna hint on that Carmelo in the midst of what was going on was able to
Hmm.
realize due to a grab or a strike that this person is not trained the same way I am. And that is also can be used for him to escalate force to meet the force and skills and the amount of people with the weight and height disparity. Like, at no point in time could anybody reasonably articulate that Carmelo,
And people
uh,
or persons also.
right, right, that this would be disproportionate. And then he only used one poke and immediately got to safety.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, I don't know if studies have been done on this. What is the likelihood of a person who knows a martial art being engaged in combat and not using it?
There's no. I mean, they're gonna use it. It's a, you know, they don't know how to fight regularly no more. They've been trained to do something different. They don't even, the stance ain't the same. The movements ain't the same. They use what they have to take you down or take you out. That's just the way it is. So, are they trained as jiu-jitsu fighters, or are they new in training and they just took this course here? I would say that their experience, due to the fact that their father shoulder was ripped out of the socket, due to them knowing these tactics. So it's a lot that's gonna come out here. I just want to know. I just want to know what evidence they have, man. I'll be there to see it, but I'm anxious to know what totally took place here.
Hmm.
Right.
Well,
And
just I think putting aside that they were trained in jujitsu, new, and and the thing is that let's just say they weren't. When you're talking about disparity or proportionality, when you have multiple people on one person, their training makes it worse. But that's not something Carmelo knew. Doubtful, very doubtful. So, but to meet that disparity.
right.
So when I don't know, how the law looks at it as far as proportionality, but um, like I think constitutionally you said before, Carmelo has 2 hands, 2 feet, right?
Hmm.
So now you've got 4
Yeah. Yeah.
plus. I mean, because
Yeah.
we
Like
know
I
it was
said,
4-on-1, but
right. I look at it as if you want to look at it as 2-on-1, you got 4 weapons versus 8 weapons. or it's four
Yeah.
weapons versus 16 weapons. And at what point in time is Carmelo allowed to level the playing field? And I say, even with the poker, he still didn't level the playing field. He just got the person that was the immediate threat, and then the rest of them decided that, no, I don't know about this. Or either Carmelo safety because the threat was neutralized, and then these other three just blindly pursue him because their whole motive is to just continue attacking Carmelo. What's up, Ash? Welcome to the panel. Good morning.
I mean, how does the law look at it as far as that? I just think proportionality to me, when I think of the word proportionality, I prefer to use the term equalizer. When you choose to bring that equalizer doesn't have to be an inanimate object, you know, um, like most people would bring it. You know, if you're not going to handle it one on one, and you bring an inanimate object, that would be an equalizer. Well, in this case, there's people. Does the law look at it as that? At some other cases where they do actually deem hands and fists as a weapon.
Right, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, anything that Carmelo perceived as an imminent threat could be considered a weapon. People or four people or one person that had a baseball bat. At the end of the day, the law says he was faced with multiple threats, and he has a right to level the playing field accordingly.
This right now. So the Texas law says that proportionality and self-defense is built into the statutory to the degree immediately necessary language. Okay, so it's not a separate thing. But when you come to the multiple assailant doctrine, it doesn't change the elements, but it clarifies whose conduct and threat the jury may consider. So I got two quick cases here. One, when, from the defendant's standpoint, the evidence shows an attack or threatened attack by more than one person, he is entitled to an instruction that he may defend against, quote, multiple group at large. That's Jordan versus State. I've got that. And then the issue may be raised even as to persons who are not themselves striking the defendant, right? So long as they appear to be acting with, aiding, or encouraging the aggressor, and the defendant reasonably fears serious bodily injury from the group acting together. That's also Jordan versus State and Frankenfield versus State. And I have those cases, the citations for you if you want them.
All right.
Please, what did you reasonably think was happening when these four boys walk up there? And I heard there were six originally, but two were not, like, they were kind of skipping and not really on a mission. But it was those four that were on a mission, and they post up on you like that. What's your reasonable fear? This is common sense, man. And he didn't even catch on to it at first, I don't
Yeah.
think, because Sherrod had been saying, "Look, if I see them come to me, I'm standing up immediately." And Carmelo's just sitting there like, "Lottie, I'm reading my phone."
Absolutely. What's up, the chat? Welcome to the panel.
What's up?
What's going on? What are your thoughts?
Well, for the past 30 days, I've been kind of looking at the case from how the prosecution planned to put on their case against Carmelo. So, what I've been looking at is he was charged with murder one or unaliving one. And it looks like to me they're probably going to do it with 1902B. And they'll probably use 1902B 1 and 2, which is the intent to cause a unaliving and the intent to cause seriously bodily harm. Or um, and then I looked at the potential witnesses that they would put on the stand to corroborate that evidence. So the one of the pieces of evidence will obviously be the pew pew, oh, not the pew pew, the poker, and he wasn't charged with having a poker. He wasn't indicted for having a concealed poker. Seems to be irrelevant in the charging indictment. So when I break that down, I say, okay, can you put Hunter on the stand for his testimony? Well, in the police report, Hunter doesn't really make a statement to be summarized. He was too traumatized by what had happened. The only two people that gave actual statements about the incident was the have been redacted. I think somebody's been saying that their name is Jay. Well, based on that, um, it's kind of hard to put them on the stand with their testimony. The defense would have a relatively easy kind of cross examination of them because their stories are both are like contradicting each other. One said he said this, one said an easy cross examine for the jury. So that basically leave the biggest piece of evidence is autopsy to prove his intent to cause injury and or unaliving. Now the autopsy has to show that Karmelo targeted Austin's chest in his actions, and I think that's where the cases will be won and lost. Whatever that autopsy, I don't think his heart was pierced. I think it was a vein, one of the main veins inside of his chest that caused that blood to bleed out that profusely and that quickly
All right.
within probably
Ladies,
5 or 6 minutes.
friendly words, please.
I'm sorry. I'm
If
sorry. I apologize.
if there was ketchup in all of the aerial views, even it was stated that below him, then where is it?
Yeah, and along with that, again, hitting one of the veins in your chest that actually carry the blood, from your heart throughout the rest of your body is again more the likelihood. Now, based on what we've been looking at, Carmelo was sitting down the entire time, and Austin. So again, if you those actions, his was a swing and then running out of the tent when he three or four people. Austin chased him. He attempted to chase him. Hunter chased him, and the two witnesses chased him. Okay, so there go your multiple assailants right there. They actually laid chase. Nobody else under the tent chased Carmelo. So that's an easy cross of witnesses if they choose to put Hunter or the two witnesses on the stand. Of evidence that the prosecution will lean on to prove their case is the autopsy, um, maybe an alternate witness that hasn't given any public statements about what happened under the tent. But that
You know,
witness list from the prosecution is vital. I just don't think it'll be uh, eyewitnesses that was recorded in the police report.
Well, one thing to think about though that you left out is what if, and it's a big if, but what if Austin slipped and fell on that poker? Because that changes everything. They're trying to one account where they said, "Oh, Carmelo looked him in the eye and intentionally poked him right to the chest and all this stuff." That we know that likely did not happen. But what if Austin did slip and fall while he was being an aggressor? Then it kind of changes everything in terms of the state's argument. Like, oh, you intended to do all this or that. It's like, no, man, I'm just trying to stay alive.
Exactly, and basically, again, it doesn't matter if Austin really fell on it, because Austin isn't here to defend, or how that happened, or explain how that happened. Hunter isn't able to explain all on it. Again,
Well,
19.
I want to know how you would have the velocity sitting with somebody that close to you to
Again,
just swing
agreed,
and do that.
agree, agreed, and all of what both of you've asked speaks to 1902 B 1 and 2. And that's what the prosecution is most likely to argue. 90% sure what they're going to argue in their charging indictment. Carmelo intended to cause serious bodily danger or harm or unaliving. And again, that as far as if he fell or slipped or whatever, you would need video evidence of that, of how that played out with Hunter. Being that the cameras that recorded this incident from the stadium, those are stationary cameras. So none of the cameras followed any of the action. It was in a frame. And so that video would have to be broken down frame by frame in order to show any evidence, because those cameras are from a fixed position throughout the stadium. So it'll be able to show who came in the tent, who left the tent, all of those things, but it won't be able to show the activity just based off the distance from the cameras. And because nobody was there controlling the cameras, and there was nobody zooming in on, and those cameras do have the ability to zoom in, zoom out, so on and so forth. But going back to whether he fell on a poker, whether he had the velocity, once Austin grabbed him, it became really a struggle for Carmelo. And his attempt or his actions show that he was trying to separate himself from Austin's grab and exit, the situation when it had became that volatile. So again, what the prosecution and what Fox News tried to do when they started the narration about he was angry about being asked to leave his seat. He was angry. He became agitated about them asking him and touching him and so on. And so he was angry. And he was so mad that he did what he did. That's the prosecution case that was started by Fox News and all of the narratives that was supporting the actions and the tragic, unaliving of Austin. But in reality, it was a lawful policing action that was taking place. The coaches alleged, or Austin, to police what was going on or anything as far as Memorial High School track team on that day. Now, again, that's why you can't put Hunter on to stand, because if Hunter gets on the stand and said, our coach told us to protect or watch or do anything in a policing action under the tent, that automatically creates a innocent plea
Which
for automatically give Carmelo an innocent verdict, whether in the right there on in during the trial or after the trial, or on an appeal, because again the coaches would become co-conspirators in that action, because they actually gave them the authority to do what they did. Now,
Yeah, I think
Austin obviously can't is not here to say whether that happened or not. Hunter has already alluded to the fact that not only did he give them policing actions on that day, but he had given them that as a a stated thing for them to be. That's what they were, an assignment. And again, that's in a policing action, and that is also an unlawful policing action. So when I talk about that, you know, a lot of people over the past couple of weeks have been drawing a conclusion between um, Kyle Rittenhouse in that case and Carmelo's case. Both of them are relatively close in age. Kyle Rittenhouse situation, that also was an unlawful policing action and authorization by Kyle Rittenhouse. And what I wanted to kind of try to point out when people bring up that, you guys are going to hear that argument all the way up until June 10th or whatever. Kyle Rittenhouse um, did not bring his weapon across state lines. That was kind of a misinformation. Actually, Mr. Blackman bought the weapon at Kyle's request. Well, if you know anything about that case and you break that case down, the friend was charged with a felony. The same prosecution office that brought charges against Kyle Rittenhouse offered the friend um, or gave him a plea deal for giving Kyle Rittenhouse the weapon once Kyle Rittenhouse got there. What else they did? They put the store owner on the stand to corroborate Kyle Rittenhouse's story about the local businesses, told them to protect their stuff. Well, how does that relate to Carmelo? The coaches told us to watch and protect our stuff. Kyle Rittenhouse was basically involved in a unlawful policing action. George Zimmerman, what was he? He got he began to do a unlawful policing action. The neighborhood watch um 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 company or the
Okay, so
organization.
so so the neighborhood watch told him to keep following him and everything else, right?
No,
Are
no,
we
no,
seriously
No,
gonna go
neighborhood
there?
watch ain't
no,
told
no.
him.
Institutional.
Hold,
I'm
hold,
sick
hold,
of it.
hold,
He's
hold on,
doing too much now.
hold on,
He's
hold on,
doing too much.
hold on 1 second. I was just gonna say, if you hear me out, the 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 um the neighborhood watch organization vehemently denied that they gave George Zimmerman any powers and authority to do what he did. In
But you was just
fact,
saying that he was just a neighborhood watch, right? Just so
it
that way, I think you was
it
saying
was
nothing offensive.
right. In fact, it was the neighborhood watch that paid the Martin family the whatever $1 million, $2 million settlement for the case, not the state. Their wrongful death claim against the state of Florida was kicked out.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, that's kind of funny. Anyway, I'm not even gonna to comment on what you said. Let's just get back to Carmelo because
Okay,
that's
okay. Well,
that's
yeah,
pretty funny.
but the connecting was each of those cases, the the person that was being prosecuted by the state, it was like it was like a show. They charged George Zimmerman. They charged Kyle Rittenhouse. The point I was trying to make,
What?
the point I was trying to make was that the prosecution office and the Kyle Rittenhouse,
They charged him and let him the fuck go after he
I don't,
unalive
I'm
said.
not.
I'm not hearing none of this more of this bullshit anymore.
Okay,
That is it.
all right, that's fine. But I'm
But
just
what did
telling
he
you,
say
I'm just
that was so offensive? Only thing he is talking, it sounds like he's just describing many people that done got that Zimmerman. I'm assuming what he's saying Zimmerman did was not good to nobody's goddamn community. What Zimmerman
But
did was
he
go out
exactly.
also
his
said
way
he
to
got
walk
charged,
somebody
but at
down.
the same time, he got scot free off for unalive.
Okay, and what can we do
I'm not
about it? Because he's
disagreeing.
off,
I'm
and that
not
was what
disagreeing with
20
you
years
about
ago.
that.
What can we do about it? We
Basically,
can't
what
do
I'm
shit but
telling
talk
you
about it.
is, in all three of these cases, the
Some people is
person,
lost.
the the person that was being prosecuted,
Girl, get down.
the person that
No,
was
you
being
get down because
prosecuted,
you're lost. You don't even know what he's saying. You're responding. You're upset about.
What's happening?
the dots that I'm drawing, the dots that I'm drawing.
sir. What are we?
Hold on,
That's
hold
what I'm
on,
Walter,
trying
let
to
the man
hold,
land
understand.
his
Like
hold on, hold on.
this
understanding
point.
what he's saying. We're talking about get
Yeah,
down. You need
what's
to learn
going
how to
Yeah,
on?
I
comprehend.
know, I understand. So don't tell me
Clearly
shit.
you don't, because you're the only one lost.
Clearly I do,
Clearly you
especially when it
don't.
comes down to
Okay.
Florida.
Clearly you
Yeah,
don't. You're
okay.
still lost. You're
Clearly I
still
do.
lost. You're
Can the man
lost.
Yeah, I
finish landing
know.
his plane
You
though?
are.
The prosecution office is the one that's charging Karmelo. The prosecution office is the one that charged Zimmerman and is the house. The point I was trying to make is the prosecution office that was prosecuting Kyle Rittenhouse gave a plea deal to the person that actually gave him the weapon that was a felony charge, dropped his plea deal, dropped it down to a misdemeanor, and after 1 year probation, it completely went off his record. That's the same prosecuting Kyle Rittenhouse, which the point I'm trying to make is that prosecution office had no interest in prosecuting Kyle Rittenhouse just based on what he did. Okay. And so in this instance, Carmelo Anthony is the one being charged, but it's clear that Carmelo Anthony was acting in self defense based on everything we know as far as him getting into a confrontation, a physical confrontation, where he swung and I don't think there's nothing that will be able to prove that he aimed at Austin's chest. That's the
Come up a synopsis if we're understanding you correctly.
okay.
Basically saying that there's other liabilities that's going to be involved in the situation. Is that correct with what you're
That is absolutely correct. And what I'm trying to do is, this is the evidence room, and I'm looking at the prosecution case and what evidence they will produce in trying Carmelo Anthony. And I think the strongest piece of evidence is the autopsy and the actual Hunter and the two witnesses that we've been, trying to piece their stories together. You really can't put them on stand because they would get destroyed and crossed because all of their stories are different. The biggest mistake Hunter made was giving three, not one, three interviews. And in every interview, his story is different. Now, if a good defense attorney cross-examine you, he's going to say, what is your best recollection from a time frame standpoint of what happened? 5 after it happened, 24 hours after it happened, 48 hours after it happened, or 72 hours after it happened. So the best recollection that you're going to get is the the 5 to 10 minutes after it happened. Well, Hunter was too um distraught to give a test account to the officer to say what happened. He didn't do that until later on that day, and then the day after.
But Hunter's still getting called though, man. Whether or not the prosecution calls him or not, he's getting called.
Well, the defense can't call him.
Who says?
Okay, show me how a defense can call Hunter as a witness or
He's a hostile witness.
to testify. And why would they call him?
Tripped him up because
Okay,
he said
but
so many good shit.
why would they do that? What sense would that make?
Because he's got so many inconsistent stories. All right.
How could Hunter's testimony defend or prove to against the state case that Carmelo intended to do what he did? How could
The,
the any witness? The only person that the defense would call would be character witnesses, unless there was another teammate that was at that track meet that saw it happen that was on Carmelo's team that you would be able to call. But if you call Austin or the other two, or Hunter or the other two witnesses, again, the defense wouldn't do that because that's not going to help the defense case one iota, especially if they're hostile.
That's not true.
Okay.
I think it's because Hunter is so all over the map, I think they might call him to show reasonable doubt. It's like this guy didn't even know what happened. He's telling all these different stories.
And
How can we establish?
yeah, and if
Go
you
ahead.
listen to what I said from the very beginning, if the prosecution put him on the stand, if the
I don't
if the
know.
prosecution don't put Hunter on the stand, there's no reason to call him. Period.
I hear you on that too. I hear
Yeah.
you. I hear you.
Yeah. The only reason why you call Hunter is if the prosecution put on the stand and they're able to corroborate his accusation that Carmelo was mad and swinging the poker like just angrily out of anger. Because if you look at 1902 B, that's what Carmelo's been hit with.
See, I
But
disagree
I think
completely.
I think what the prosecution is doing here, they're kind of leaving themselves an opening to charge Carmelo with M2 manslaughter. And that's because I think once the trial and once the autopsy, they're going to try to fall back on that. And then
But
again, Carmelo walks on manslaughter
I
as
don't.
well because it's still
Mm-mm,
self-defense.
I
mm-mm.
Well,
don't.
yeah,
I
but
don't see.
man
I
one and
don't.
man two, that stuff's not it's not a lesser included offense to the charge though. So they can't. I don't know if they can really up and just do this and then change on the eve of trial, change to a manslaughter indictment.
No, I
Yeah,
think once again, like I said, I don't think it happens. I think it happens once you get to your closings, and you know, so either okay or not okay. But again, they're just that if the and again, whether the poker pierced the heart or pierced the vein, you still can't prove that Carmelo took aim at his chest. That's their great intentionally swing at Austin's chest, or like the young lady Minia said, she said Austin was standing over him. Great, because if he was standing over him and Carmelo left his seat to get out of there or to escape, or to not escape, but to try to separate himself from Austin or whoever else was aggressing upon him, then
Okay, can I speak? I know I just got to this room, but
absolutely, absolutely.
all right. Um, so I understand what you're saying, but the it doesn't make sense in this particular situation or legal sense is because um, one reason why the defense would call and they are going to call and is because whether the prosecution calls him or not, is because Hunter's three stories establish reasonable doubt in the mind of the jurors. Any way they can get to reasonable doubt, so he will, in fact, be called to the stand. He will. And if the prosecution does not call him, I know for a fact the defense will call him. He is a witness. He will be called.
Yeah, he's
And
walking
whether or not
reasonable
he's an
doubt.
impeachable witness, right? Because we talked about impeachable witnesses or not, right? He's going to be called to the stand and testify.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just think that would be a mistake, as just from my you know these cases. I would never call a hostile witness when I'm winning the case. If the prosecution don't present an eyewitness as close as Hunter is tied to the story to the stand to give his testimony, that tells me I won. That tells me I've already defeated the Hunter's argument. Anything he has to say, I would not. That's just as risky as putting Carmelo on the stand.
But wait a
And if
minute. But wait a
and if
minute.
you
What
think
if?
Carmelo isn't going to take the stand, I don't
But
know
he's
what
that.
trial you're watching.
Right?
Okay, well, again, I mean,
Because
the
he
trial
will
haven't
take the stand.
started.
Listen,
This
you're talking
this is.
about, hold on one second, because you're
Hmm.
talking about riskiness. This entire trial is risky, right?
Hmm.
It's risky because we don't really know what's going to be in the juror's mind. All we can lean on is the reasonable doubt at every angle, at every turn. Okay.
And that's all well and fine, establishing reasonable doubt. But the only way that you don't have to establish any reasonable doubt as far as intentional, or it being intentional, because that's what he's being charged with. You don't have to establish reasonable doubt. It's the prosecution that has to prove first when they have their opening, and when, because they're going to start the case. And
Right.
so if they don't put on any evidence outside of the autopsy that can even come remotely
Drop me so you
close
can bring me
to
home.
showing, so that you can show that he intentionally did, his action was intentional to cause bodily harm and to cause unaliving. If the prosecution evidence to corroborate that theory that they have against Carmelo, the defense case will be a cakewalk.
Okay, but listen, as far as, because you said something when I said Carmelo will be taking the stand. As far as, because this is self defense, right? So it's nearly impossible to win without the defendant's testimony in a self defense case. And now, under Texas law, it's critical, right? Wouldn't you agree?
I agree.
Okay, so in order to prove that he reasonably feared for his life, the jury usually needs to hear him describe. They need to hear him describe what that fear felt like in his own words. So if he never takes the stand, they never get to hear what he felt like and what he was feeling. So he will in fact take the stand. So I just want to make that
I mean,
clear on this panel. And I don't know what your background is or what on this case. And you have Mike Howard, and they have
and
tons of
I'm
experience with this
I'm
type of case.
aware of. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay.
Um,
Go ahead.
I'm aware of Carmelo's defense team, um, expertise, former prosecutor, now defense attorney. And again, the prosecution has the burden to put on their case. Right now, from what I've seen over the past 1802B 1 and 2 are the charging direction that they're going to go with this case.
Okay, so
The
let me
biggest,
say this because I don't
okay,
want you to minimize, and I know you're
okay,
not trying to do it on purpose, but I
sure,
want you to minimize Toby Shook's experience. So yes, he was a prosecutor, but he was also a supervising prosecutor. That means that he supervised more than 10 prosecutors in Dallas County under the district attorney, right? So
right.
he has that skill. So let's not
And I'm by Mike is the kind of like the person that's been
hmm
focused on, so that's why I referenced him.
Okay,
But
gotcha.
again, the prosecutor case has to be backed up with evidence. So the autopsy, we know, everybody on this panel know, is going to be allowed as evidence. The poker is going to be allowed as evidence. I just 50-pound male that obviously did some form of weight training. A poker is not going to um, travel that distance to his heart with 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 that size of a tool. So the autopsy is so critical, because if it was a vein that runs in the top of the that actually protrudes when you're doing like weightlifting and you training or whatever, you start seeing all these veins when young men start getting to the bodybuilding aspect of building your body. So it's very easy to rupture or pierce one of those veins that would have caused that time frame where Austin, lost his life within 15 to 20 minutes. But again, if the evidence doesn't show that Carmelo even came close to intentionally doing that, And that's why I mentioned the frame of the way that the cameras are positioned. There was no following of the events that happened from the stadium camera system. The only other evidence that you would have is somebody's personal videoing of the incident. And even that evidence would have to be allowed by the judge to be presented, would be the coroner's testimony about how Austin was unalived. And again, because the video does show that these young men came after um, Carmelo in a chase, we already know that Austin didn't lose his life instantly. He still, in his frame of mind, was engaged in that unlawful policing action that I was speaking of earlier. He was still thinking, I'm here to police our tent, and I'm here and I see Carmelo as an intruder. That all of those things will be kind of presented. Coroner gets on the stand and give his testimony about the injuries, the severity of the injuries, what they
Sir, I'm in
did.
confusion.
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. I'm landing.
Cause look now. All right.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
made all these excuses to justify the behaviors of those Metcalfs,
I
and
made
that
no excuse
but
to justify anybody's.
the
I
focal
made
point,
no
the
excuses
focal
for
point is
anyone.
only on the poke, in your opinion, right? There were several activities to happen prior to the poke, right?
I just
And
would
the
like for you
police,
to
the right
I
there
just would
officer,
like for you to read
excuse
1902.
me, excuse me, prior to the poking even happening, and as part of what you said from the video, right? Four assailants attacked one, and we are all still utilizing, specifically people that's like, oh well, the trial may go like this. We're still utilizing.
That's not a
And every
statement
part
made
of
by
those
Hunter.
statements that Hunter made has made everybody think that nothing else transpired, that everybody was sitting down and they just cordially or casually told that young man to move. Now, as
Okay,
per all the
again,
interviews that they made, okay,
okay,
specifically when the mama said they wanted to remove that person, they had no jurisdiction to do so and couldn't no teacher tell them to do so,
okay,
considering their backgrounds. And no
okay,
teacher in their right mind, right, is
right,
going to give a responsibility like that to fucking bullies.
right.
And
And
I'm
I
so
agree.
tired of y'all assuming that none of that shit is gonna come out because Carmelo has a great team, right? Can find out all the way in Los Angeles, right?
Right.
And not in Texas, that the Metcalf twins were fucking bullies
Okay.
and aggressive and like to touch people, even their fucking parents, right? All of that shit you talking about is out the fucking window because the intentions of the Metcalfs was what and how much violence or how much aggression or how much force was used, right, to try to attempt to remove an individual in a seated position with his phone in his fucking hand. But you
Okay.
in skipped and tap dance to all this other shit in this conversation, and you still making excuses for the violent fucking thugs that
Okay.
did this shit.
Okay. And respectfully, and I do really mean respectfully, I am speaking of the prosecution case. My the
Sir, are you a
prosec
prosecutor?
the prosecution case is going to be based on the evidence that they can prove that Carmelo intentionally
Who's your lawyer
tried to
in
try
this
to
case?
cause Bob
I mean, it
to.
makes
May
sense
I?
because you gotta have an opposing mindset, right? Meaning that we know that when he go to trial, right, the
Hmm.
opposing group, the prosecution, all of them, they're gonna be looking for every fucking thing. You have to think like them, so that way you can be ahead of the situation. Not saying making up shit, but I'm saying you got to think like them. So when it comes down to it, you already own it. You ain't got time to get ready because you already ready. So I get y'all
Exactly.
offended, but y'all, you are on if you are on trial, right? Your lawyer is going to prep you for trial. Your lawyer is going to be asking you questions that may seem uncomfortable, but they're preparing you for what the opposing team is going to come and ask you. And if you're getting offended from that, then you're just not well versed about what's happening in the court system and how they prep their clients. Because ain't nobody about to have their client going in there. I'm just speaking my
No, I'm
opinion.
just saying, but
Hold
who,
on,
in
hold on,
whose
hold on,
opinion,
hold on,
right?
y'all.
Let's have the
Hold
question.
on.
I'm about
Can,
to make
hold
an
on, y'all.
announcement, y'all. I need to make a
Hold on,
PSA.
everybody.
So everybody pause, please.
Go ahead,
Were you
Mimi.
talking constitutional?
Go ahead.
Okay, there are 93 people in the room. Constitutional has gift gold up there, donuts. Um, if you're in here, please send your daily heart meet. If you want to come join the conversation, please request up. I will rotate. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Please tap, 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 tap the screen. Thank you.
The prosecution intent and knowing evidence that we already have, they can't prove intent or knowingly. If you were sitting down unaware of what was about to happen, you did not know. And the choices that he made were imminent. It literally was happening. And it shows within the arrest report that he was assaulted twice. So this wasn't his intent, like some people like to say, like he said what he said because he wanted to be poked. His pattern of behavior does not show that at all. So they're going to have a very hard time proving or that he intently, and he knew that this poke would take a life when he was the person who was in the seated position and Austin was the person who was standing, and the arrest report states he was being grabbed. It doesn't say he was released. So you have control of someone's body and they poke you so you can let them go and you can get away. Well, actually, part of where you're your body positioning and what you're doing to that body that was
Absolutely.
sitting.
Absolutely.
Being that y'all brought up the, can you read that he's talking about whatever that penal, know what penal code that is?
That's Texas Penal Code 1902, and it's under the section B, 1 and 2. In my opinion, is most likely charging Karmelo. So that again, that's Texas Penal Code 1902, Section B, and that, like Nino said, that deals with the intent and Carmelo's
The autopsy is a what if, right? So what if Austin had schmugs in his system?
again, again, that again, when
Then a
they have to
have
use
no
the hot,
evidence.
they have the biggest
We
case
haven't gotten it.
to show that Carmelo intended. Not, I'm not saying that Carmelo intended to do anything.
He
I'm
hasn't
saying that
conversation.
this this is what the prosecution is going to put on as evidence. They have to have evidence. They're not going to put the evidence that they have is Austin's unalive body and the autopsy that the coroner examined him with.
Well, so
So,
we are not going to factor in exculpatory evidence. We're just going to stay with the prosecutor's evidence because
I'm not
in
speaking.
trials, right?
I
The
haven't I
investigators
haven't
got
s-
to.
I haven't spoke on the defense's case because I'm trying to get the prosecution what they're trying to do to Carmelo.
So you don't
And
believe
so,
that the prosecutor has his autopsy or
I know that he
the
has the
prosecutor?
autopsy already, but as if you wasn't here when I first started, my my theory is that they're not going to put her or the two witnesses on the stand because all of their stories are different, and
So
they would be a liability to the case. Now, Tiffany said that, hey, that the defense
Defense
would,
will call him.
right, the defense, not in my opinion, if the prosecution doesn't put them on as a for testimony, there is nothing for Carmelo to disprove. Only if he gonna have a defense, it would be against the poker and his intentions and the evidence. And again, if my theory is that Carmelo struck not a not his heart.
And that doesn't matter where he struck.
It
It
doesn't.
doesn't. It,
Okay.
okay, because and let me say this: the defense, the defense's job is not to right. The defense's job is to establish reasonable doubt. That's all they have to do. They don't even have to prove that he's innocent. All they have to do is establish reasonable doubt in the minds of one of those jurors. That's it.
And I don't disagree with any of what you said.
Now, let me
Again,
get
I,
let me
I think it would be um, a clear win if the prosecution rests with only using the evidence, the testimony of the coroner, the producing of the evidence. They may rely on some of the video, but again, that's why when I first began, I said that the video that Nino went and viewed, it was a still camera, meaning that
Well,
the
and
only thing that you see in a frame, the if in order
Laura,
to
did you see
it,
the video?
no, I was saying by what you saw on the video.
No, no. See, that be the problem when people be recounting the what somebody else saw like they saw the video. The camera that we saw actually to get half of that canopy means that it was zoomed in, means that it can be zoomed in even more. And it was as clear as watching something on television. It's the same cameras that you're gonna see footage from on. Don't let them fool you about this footage.
And I'm not, Nino. What I was trying to explain to when I was making my case is that the camera itself, the position of the cameras are in a still position. I said that the cameras have the ability to zoom. 90% of what I know of what happened comes from your accounts of what the video. I'm
But
finished. I just want
what
to finish.
tried me what
After
you
the
fail
incident. We
what you
found
fail to
out about the
realize.
camera footage because of Tiffany Billions. So where the fuck have you been?
Okay,
That
and again,
and they
I
zoomed
have
out and what
never,
she
I
saw
have
and that
never
boy was
heard
put in the
Tiffany
headlock, sir.
Billion's accounts of for the video that she saw. I've only heard Nino. Now that's just who I've heard. I haven't heard Nino's account
Okay,
of the
Nino,
video.
how did you
I'm
find
not
out to
saying
go
that
see
she
the
did or
video?
didn't. Account that I've heard of the video is Nino, and I agree with 100% of what Nino says. She has never really strayed from her theory of what she saw in the video. My only point is, and which is fact, that the cameras themselves are in stationary positions. The ability to
That's
You
zoom.
true.
missing you missing a point. You missing a point
I'm
about
not.
those cameras.
I haven't made my point
Let
yet.
me
So I haven't made my point
you,
yet.
All
My
right, hold,
point
hold
I'm
on,
is. My
hold
I'm
point
on,
speaking
y'all.
is
directly.
Hold on, y'all. Hold
in
on,
a
y'all.
still position.
I'm
Hold
speaking
on.
toward the
Hold on.
video.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. So everybody has a clear understanding of what OG is saying. Let me read y'all the penal code right quick. He's talking about Texas Penal Code 19.02. We know that's the penal code for murder. And he's specifically referring to subsection B, which is what constitutes murder in Texas. And so in one, it reads a person commits murder if they intentionally or knowingly cause the unaliving of an individual. And then part two is intends to cause bodily injury, serious bodily injury, and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes unaliving. So that's what he's referring to. Also, if anybody else wants to get in the conversation, the panel is open. Just request up, and I'll start rotating the panel out. Sissy,
They're gonna have a hard time proving intent.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, what I was saying about those that it's a still it's a stationary position. But what those cameras are, being that they at that football facility, they have the capacity to run the plays back, right after the plays have been ran. So let's just say they looking at a first down, like in the NFL, or they looking at a first down, they'll go back and look at the video. Now they don't have instant replay in high school, but they have the capacity to rewind that video back and zoom in. They can do all of that.
And
That's the technology that those cameras have.
I never got to finish my point. So
But that's
therefore,
what you've been saying the whole time. I mean,
I
you've been saying
my
that for the last 30 minutes. So your
exactly. And
point,
my point is for the last 30 minutes is that the cameras themselves are stationary. I never said that the
But we know
prosecution.
that. What's the point?
My point is that the cameras themselves don't have a clear close-up view of the fight from what I've heard.
Let me address that, please,
No, you're
on the panel.
wrong.
Okay, well,
Let me
I
address
can be
that.
wrong. I'm
I
open to
Can I
being
just
address
I
it?
just
wrong.
told you that they can go
Can
back and they can zoom in after the fact. They can
And I
do
agree
can
whatever
I
with
they
that.
address
need to
that?
do.
I agree with you.
Can
Yeah,
I address
they can.
I
that,
agree
please?
with you.
Can I address
I agree
it?
with you.
Like every time I say something, you say something.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay. So if the concern here is the cameras and the view, let me say two things. The first thing is that the zoom in capability that was shown to me by the private investigator when we went to see the video, when I invited him to see the video along with me at Frisco Independent School District, was astounding. It was astounding. The only to the point where the backs of the boys that were facing Karmelo, the backs were facing me, but their front was facing Karmelo, were at least, I would say, at least 20% of the screen. That's how tight that zoom in was. But the problem, the issue was, is that once we zoomed in, it was extremely grainy because the closer we got, the more grainy it got. So what has happened to offset that or to cure that defect is the Anthony's retained a videologist, right? And done what he needs to do, and that video is clear. So all of this graininess stuff and all that, that's not even an issue. We're not worried about this trial at all. They're not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. There's information that I can't disclose, but the video is not, it's not, it's not an issue when it comes to what it actually shows.
And my only question to you,
It is a sigh of relief for the Anthonys. And cured that defect was able to do that, and everything can be seen clearly. It's a sigh of relief, and we there are no qualms about the video and what can be seen and all that because it's been given to an expert who did his job. That's all I have to say about that.
is it okay if I come off mute? Is it okay if I come off mute?
It
Okay,
seems
I
like you have a retort to everything. When people open their mouth, you're over people in
apologize.
their plane.
And
Thank you.
I apologize for that.
Hold
So
on one second.
Tiffany, okay, okay,
I just
okay.
hadn't. I haven't spoke to everybody yet. Hey y'all, welcome in. Welcome to the evidence room. Thank y'all for joining the Constitutional Scholar today. We got 107 people in the live right now. There is a gift goal up there. They're 10 cents each. If you want to send a gift, I would greatly appreciate it. Show that you're enjoying the conversation. Thank y'all for the taps. We're at 79K. I appreciate it. Ash P, the OG, Nino Brown, Mania, TB Millions, 25-8, and the infamous Tiffany Billions, and the John Effect are on the panel right on them. Y'all are more than welcome to come up here and jump in the conversation. And by the
Yeah,
way,
Tiffany, I only have one question and asking for clarity because I've never heard your accounts of the video until today. So again, I was going off what the accounts of Nino, and it was just my opinion that the prosecution would use as far as the video was concerned would be limited. Not that they wouldn't use it, it would just be limited to show any intent based on Carmelo's action. So my question to you is this: were you able to see any of the confrontation between Austin and Carmelo when you viewed the tape?
With the evidence.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
I have a question for Tiffany. I was wondering how much the video did you get to see? Because I chose the 11-minute mark prior, and I feel like what I was shown, considering Carmelo Anthony was already sitting there and they were not present, if the arrest report has truth in it, and there was a time where they were all sitting under that neath that canopy together, I believe it was not within the time frame that we were shown. Than we were.
So the video that, and that's a great question. The video that we saw, they wanted to fast forward it, and we said, no, we're going to stand here and watch it. We were at a standing desk. So we started at 9:49. 9:49, I believe, is when the counter started on the video, and at at no time were guys that walked up. At no time did I see them walk up from a seated area. They came from somewhere, and they didn't come from the bleachers.
Okay, so you saw the same thing I saw. So you didn't. So I just feel like there was an earlier part of the video that we did not see. If there
Oh,
really was a time where Jay was sitting next to Austin and Carmelo.
that's possible. It's very possible because again, when the video starts, Carmelo's already
He's
seated.
already there.
So we don't even get to see Carmelo walk in and take a seat. Like
Okay.
they
So you
didn't
saw the
start it from there.
same. There was something we weren't shown, or either the arrest report is a complete lie, but if it isn't, then there was something that happened earlier.
Right, but I don't believe, them saying that they were at the middle school and all of that. I don't believe that they were at the middle school, but I couldn't prove that because the middle school,
It's
um,
behind the camera.
it is, and when we did a PIR request for the video of at the middle school, they came back and told us that they didn't have any video. They didn't have any cameras at that middle school. That middle school used to be Frisco. Right? So they told us they didn't have any cameras, and we didn't believe that, so we requested the maintenance log because we know that if you
Exactly.
have cameras, there has to be a maintenance log. So we requested the maintenance log, and sure enough, in the maintenance log, their cameras have not been working at Staley High School Staley Middle School for about 4 years. So they were correct in saying we don't have video for you to view. And so what we did in turn, because you don't have cameras and we requested we requested a sign-in sheet, right? Because if they were over there, we know that the way that schools are made up now, you have to buzz into the office, you have to sign in, and then you're going to wait, right, for someone to come get you or for whatever you're waiting on. When we requested the sign-in sheet, we weren't able to determine or decipher whether or not the twins signed in because they had blocked out all the names of the minors. So we were kind of left with we don't know exactly where they were during that in the bleachers, and we're trying to figure out where were they, right? And we never came to a conclusion on that, but I think a lot of that will be answered at trial.
Me too.
My thing with the video though, what's up, constitutional panel chat? What's up, man?
What's up? What's up?
I'm just squeezing here real fast,
What's going on, John?
though, right? I could collaborate, like just putting people on the stand. I mean, you don't saying, but you don't actually have to clearly see people's face or anything like that. I mean, you put these people on the stand, and I think they'll be afraid of perjury, right? Like you say, hey, was this you at this person at this time? So I think this stuff could be easily addressed when putting people on the stand and doing testimony to show that this possibly allegedly one of the four people was Hunter, was one of the four people was Austin. We know that one of the people was Austin because he came down holding. I think this could be an easy collaboration, like with the video that they have at the ISD. So people who be saying that video is it has no evidential value, they just don't know, man. Because I think they only repeating it because the ISD put it out there.
Right.
But just by trial, they could definitely use that video. Even as it is, that Nino saw and Tiffany, I guess you saw a little better version. But I think it definitely could be used.
Hey, John, Nino, and Tiffany. So it's my opinion that the prosecution don't want to use the video because it vindicates Melo's actions. So I believe
Yeah,
that
but they're
that's
not going to be, because it's not a video that's altered and it's from the school surveillance camera. They're not going to get around that. Of course, they're not going to want the video to be shown, but the
okay.
defense is going to use the video.
Okay.
Yeah, I maintain that the video is still the best evidence, is subject to the best evidence rule. And then,
Absolutely.
absolutely. And by the way, I asked for it again. I mean, I never asked for it the first time, but I asked for it last week because I want to know, I just want to see what they're going to tell me. What rational basis I can't view that video when you've already released it, and I swore that I won't show even my partner. I swore I'm the only person that's going to watch it. And that's it. So you can put me in prison if I share it. I already
You don't, they
stipulated that.
won't give it, to you. You'd have to go in there and they show it to you. They didn't give it to anyone.
Right. No, I got you on
Well,
that. But even to give me the opportunity to come down now, how can you do that just because one person did something? I'm seeing it. I just want to see what they say to me.
because look, I requested to see it like a day or two after that incident with the person from TikTok, and I
Uh
got
huh.
my letter back. And the attorney general had ruled that they're not going to allow anyone to see it,
What was the
because
rationale?
I didn't. Once they told me no, they gave me another reason. They just said the attorney general ruling on it of not. I can look at the email that they sent me and tell you, but I don't know off the top of my head. But after that, they sent me the first initial letter saying they're gonna pause and they're gonna write the attorney general, and then they send me a letter back saying the reasoning why they're not gonna allow me to watch the video.
I really want to. I can't wait to see what this reason is. I'm very interested in all this. Like, what basis is there once you've
Well, if
already
you
shown
fill
it?
out the FOIA request, you will get the email explaining to you why you can't see it anymore.
I
Everyone
did.
did.
Yeah, I did. That's what I'm saying. I can't wait to get my response back to see what their rationale. Yeah.
What concerns me is why did they allow the people who signed up to see the video only view it from the 11-minute mark or the 3-minute mark? Since it's a 24-hour operating camera, how come they couldn't just let the people view it from when the canopy was erected all the way until the incident happened?
Huh.
Well, let me say this. First of all, we all know that a video of any incident is going to be the best silent witness, right? It's the best silent witness, and it's not going to take sides. It's just going to tell what happened without any biases. So, so I think what the prosecution is probably going to do is that they're going to try, going to try to attack. They're going to try to attack, and they'll likely argue that the video doesn't hold any evidentiary value. They'll have an evidentiary hearing, if and correct me if I'm wrong, constitutional, because you know more about law than I do. Argue that with the video being cleared up, that possible details are
And
there that weren't there. Am I right?
yeah, and that's one of the videos in because they think it's edited. It's
Right,
like they will not allow it. Typically, they don't allow the video into trial
right. And
because
so
it's
and
not in its
so
original form.
and so they'll try to get the video thrown out as unreliable. Right? So the defense is going to put their expert on the stand, and they're going to have to explain the methods that they used, and they're going to have to explain and swear under penalty of perjury that they've been an expert for this many years, and that they did not edit or Photoshop anything, but they merely clarified data that already existed.
Exactly.
That's what they're going to do, and that's authentication. I think that's what they call it.
Yes.
Authentic. Okay.
Yes.
But
So it, it has to authenticate the video before the judge will allow it. And when they authenticate the video, they're going to talk about the chain of custody, who had, who touched the video, who had access to it, all of that. And once that has been established, the video will be let into evidence.
All day.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But this is why I
Enhancement is not.
struggle though.
Enhancement is fine.
But hold on, this is why I struggle with the gag order, right? Because this is like this whole time right now, especially we're what 40 something days, 49 days away from trials. This is why I struggle with the gag order, right? You have the judge that is he's ruling on things what we're talking about right now. What's going to be allowed during trial, what's not going to be allowed, and like typically you can see these motions and seeing what the judge is allowing, what he's not allowing. Like, 'cause this is very pivotal, right? If that information, if he denies this information, because I think all of us we just want a fair trial for Carmelo at the end of the day, right? So, but if he's ruling on these things and not allowing things like the video to be allowed, and other things like that, that's gonna show a not guilty verdict, I'm gonna have a problem with that.
Well, we're all going
So
to have a problem with that, John. We're all going to have a problem with it. And I'm sorry for interrupting you, but that's what the authentic for that. And let me tell you, if that judge does not allow that video in, that is automatic grounds for an appeal on whatever
absolutely,
the issue is,
Automatically.
right? Because that video is exculpatory evidence.
Yeah, they would probably take that up on an interlocutory appeal even before the trial. I would. So I think it's coming in.
Yeah, I was wondering that, Tiffany. I've been wondering, what do you that is exculpatory? That although we don't see the actual thing going in there, but it still shows exactly what happened. So I would think it's
people
exculpatory.
people are arguing that, Menina, as because of what the ISD that been telling people since. I said, man, don't trust what they're saying. I don't know if their lawyer wrote that. I don't know if they just saying that it's not going to be allowed in court because they clipped it and saying that it was edited to that point. So since they know that it was edited, they know that the courts won't allow it in. Typically won't allow it in, but they still have access to the whole video, right? So like I push back on that. I think the video definitely has some evidentiary value because you could definitely collaborate. Like was who is who if you put these people on the stand. So that's my
Led off this with, I said that I didn't think that they would allow the prosecution would use the video because it works at a detriment because it actually contradicts Hunter's account. Their accounts don't match up 100% with that video. I just wouldn't see why the prosecution would even try to use bits and pieces of it because
no.
it's just too frail under cross examination, and the defense would destroy it. And obviously, the prosecution goal here is to win a guilty verdict against Carmelo. That was my
Uh,
Yeah,
only
but
point about it.
well,
but
no,
the
no, no,
minute
and I get that though, right? But I'm sorry, real fast, Chris, and I'm gonna go back on mute. But
the
I
defense
the
can
defense
say
team, I mean, excuse me, the
objection, best evidence.
oh,
Go
you
ahead.
go ahead, you go ahead. No, I was just gonna say that the DA is definitely going to fight against it. Like his job is to put his best case reasonable doubt. So if he can exclude that from being showed, if it does, going to put reasonable doubt into his argument, he's going to fight against it. And so I think that's going to be a normal procedure that's happening, things that are probably arguing about right now. Um, but I could definitely see them fighting against it being allowed if it does show that Carmelo is not, well, help put doubt into their case. Because they got to prove, remember, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. They got to prove that. And that's a challenging task. And if that video will put doubt into their argument, they're going to definitely fight against it for being shown during trial. So,
And actually, so again, it would be the defense that's trying to get the video in, not the prosecution. So if the prosecution doesn't even make a motion about trying to get it in, when the defense begin their case, they will say, "Hey, we want to introduce this as evidence," and then it would be the prosecution at that time objecting to whatever their defense strategy is for Carmelo in using the video.
No,
So
no, no, but
my
no, but wait. No, no, just 1 second
okay,
though.
go
No, no,
ahead.
because when Hunter
Go ahead.
comes up, when Hunter starts blabbing his mouth, I believe the defense has the right to say objection, Your Honor, best evidence rule, because the best evidence is still the video. That's what I'm saying.
mm.
Yeah,
right?
and you heard me when you was here when I first started. I don't think they're calling Hunter because I just think he would be destroyed on the cross
Well, or
examination.
anybody,
Because
any witness, any
right,
of them. If they call
agree,
any of them, the
agree,
best evidence is still the video.
agree. I
When
don't
you
think
say,
the vid. I don't think as far as the prosecution is concerned, I don't think the video trumps the autopsy.
okay, so when you say you don't think they're calling Hunter, who is they?
The prosecution.
Okay.
And
We
I
got to
got a
call
question.
somebody.
You keep why you said you don't think the video trumps the autopsy. Here's my thing with the autopsy. The autopsy is just going to give us the cause of unaliving. I understand your perspective of where the poke is, tells a story and things like that, but in conjunction with the fact that he was sitting, I mean, looking at it from that perspective to me helps the defense because where he was poked, one of the main factor is because Karmelo was sitting. A factor may be you would have to, and first of all, if it's a small poker, you literally had to be in his personal space to get poked. So these are all going to be factors that the defense will be using.
And I agree with you,
I
Nino.
agree with
I
that.
totally. I'm sorry. Go ahead, John. I
I agree
totally.
with that. I agree with that. But another thing I want you guys to pay attention to too. I think it's going to be an interesting thing to see if who the expert witnesses are going to be called for Carmelo's side for the defense, right? Because I think we all go up based off the arrest report right now because we've had the evidence that we have to review and look at and have access to is very limited, right? And so if I think they might argue that because we all see that they said that they have administered CPR. We've seen Jeff said as well that they administered CPR. One of the things that I struggled with, I was like, okay, you have a puncher room, allegedly from the defendant, that may have caused his unaliving. I think one of the arguments may was it the puncher wound that causes unaliving, or was it the CPR? Because one of the things you're not supposed to do in administering CPR with someone who has a puncher wound to the chest is administer CPR, the chest compression. And
I disagree,
so I
John.
think that's
I disagree, John.
but only no, who said that? Menina.
Constitutional.
So Constitution. All right, cool. But let me tell you my position on that. And so the reason why is like only time you're supposed to do it unless there's some type of cardiac arrest or something like that, is administer CPR. But if it's not that, if you have a pulse, you're not supposed to do it because it just accelerate the loss of blood and stuff like that. And so I think that might be something we need to pay attention to as well.
I agree and disagree. But you shouldn't be doing CPR unless they don't, they're unresponsive anyways. And from the 911 call, they said that he was unresponsive. But you do CPR if someone has a penetrating chest wound. You're supposed to seal it, and then you do the chest compressions to keep the fluid from coming out. But again, going off of the police report and the photos that we see is inconsistent that any CPR was done, or if any fluids were leaking out. But that's another story. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But actually, it did say on the arrest report that there was fluid leaking out,
Yep.
that was on
Yep.
the ground and all of that stuff. That
Yeah,
was
I'm saying
actually
it's
on the arrest report.
inconsistent from the police report says that it was a pool underneath him, but from all the crime scene photos that we've seen, they were still actively working a crime scene. There would have been no reason for them to clean up the fluids that quickly, right? And even if they did, it would stain that aluminum. So there's nothing that aligns with the narrative in the report that there was a puddle of fluid underneath him like they're assuming it to be in the police report. I just don't see it. And I looked through probably 100 crime scene photos. The helicopter was overhead within like 10, 15 minutes after it happened. You didn't see any there either. So I just don't think that there was a
Yeah,
loss of blood like they claimed there was.
yeah, I'm with you on that, constitutional.
I mean, I'm not downplaying that there wasn't a poking, but what I'm saying is, just like other things in this police report, I believe that they've inflated some of the stuff in this police report so that they could help secure this indictment and the conviction. But when you look through those photos, like I said, you don't see anything that corroborates that.
Can
was
I ask
further.
Tiffany a question? Tiffany, the part of the arrest report says, this is Officer Wesler. His name starts with a W. It's
Mhm.
his summary of Jay's statement, and that's when we get that exchange. Touch me and see what happens,
Mhm.
and poke me. Whatever, hit me and see what happens. And then the officer says, a short time later, and then it states Austin grabbed Karmelo and Karmelo poked him. Do you believe that initial verbal exchange, because it doesn't fit within the 30 seconds of activity we saw. Do you believe that that happened and happened earlier than the footage that they showed us? Or you don't think that ever happened? Yeah, that exchange where
Mhm.
they were all sitting and Carmelo said, touch me and see what happens.
Yeah.
And supposedly Jay was sitting by Austin and Carmelo. Do you think that incident never ever happened in the footage that they showed us?
I don't think that ever happened because remember Carmelo was sitting there, and then we saw Austin walk up. So at what point was at
No,
what?
I mean, I'm saying, so if the arrest report isn't a complete lie, then that happened earlier before the video footage that they showed us. So at some point this came to an end, they went somewhere and then came back, and the footage we see is when, they come back to him.
No,
But
no. I believe it was all in one instance, in one happening, and then walked away, and then came back, and this was the second incident that they had. I believe that it all happened there. Um, Simultaneously, not simultaneously, but at that one instance. What we have to be careful about is the verbiage that they're saying that Carmelo said. The touch me and see what happens. We'll wait to see what Carmelo says he said when he takes the stand.
And
Um,
that's a summary. So that's just a summary of what Jay says. So I keep telling people that doesn't mean Carmelo said that. That's not quoted at all. We have a quote of what Carmelo said he said. And he said he told him not to touch him.
right. A lot is going to be cleared up at trial, but I think that we definitely have picked this case apart and put it back together in a way that it makes sense. What we're saying makes sense, right? And the arrest report is not making sense, especially when you, and I know I'm jumping the pew pew here, but especially when we consider the officers, the sergeant who's been a sergeant for more than 20 years being on the scene, going under the bleachers with the witness, asking Wetzel to leave that witness under the bleachers with him while his body cam is off. When we know that those types of body cam automatically activate when one body cam is around another body cam, it automatically activates. So the question is why was his body cam purposely off when he was under the bleachers with witness J? Like we have, there are so many nuances of the arrest report and inconsistencies that are going to be questionable. And I think what I'm looking forward to more than anything is the officers taking the stand. I'm looking for it does not make sense. It does not. It is not jail. It's not. It doesn't flow together. Officers were putting up crime scene tape, according to the arrest report, about 4 or 5. But when you look at it on camera from the overhead, from the drone or whatever helicopter they had in the air, it's about 2,
I've
right? So
always said, Tiffany, that the police report, if you read it right from beginning to end, it seems like they piece different parts of the story together and they just say, here, you write about this, you write about this, you write about this, and then they put it all together to try to make a cohesive story, and it doesn't make sense when you read it in order.
right, and
Um,
and and again, I believe that they didn't know that this incident was going to gain as much traction as it has. They thought they were going to be able to piece it together, put him in prison, throw the keys away, and nobody, none would be the wiser. Nobody. And on top of that, they got to smother the video, right? We'll just act as though a video doesn't exist. We know that the games are aired on the Huddle app and on there's different 5 different apps that these games are aired on. But we're gonna just lie and say that there no video exists. And so, listen, I just think that here on social media, people would call us internet sleuths or whatever, but we actually broke this case. We actually broke this case. And so, to do that. So, I don't see a reason why we're going to trial. I don't. I think about it, and I don't understand why we're going to trial. I think that what the DA is going to do is he's going to upset the community. The jurors are going to be upset when they learn that they've been sitting on the jury for a week and a half or 2 weeks, and the evidence that the prosecution has is shoddy and clearly does not establish, right? And so, because you have to imagine these people that are on the jury, they live in Collin County. Collin County is not a poor county, but you're going to sit up here, and these people are being paid minimum wage to sit up here for a week and a half and to listen to a story that. So, I have no doubt that, or no qualms that Carmelo is going to be found not guilty. He'll be acquitted. This is a shoddy case. The evidence is sloppy. And I think that when you try to hide evidence in a case, it just speaks to, people can say all the time, well, under Texas Rule 552, section whatever, they're not supposed to release any evidence. But it's mighty funny that in other cases, when the defendant is blatantly guilty or looks to be guilty, y'all releasing video evidence, tapes, toxicology reports, autopsy reports, y'all doing everything. You don't want to release any evidence. You don't want to release the video. You don't want to release the toxicology. You don't want to give us a hint on the autopsy. You don't want to tell us how severe and how bad it was. Y'all want to do is sit on evidence and then put a gag order on the case. This entire case is, they're trying to hide it, right? So we don't get to get any evidence. Y'all put a gag order on everything, and then we're left with a report that looks like it was pieced together and witness testimony only of the people that went in to see the video. That's what we're left with. That's really all we have.
I got a question. When Carmelo got to the police station, did he give a formal testimony of what happened, or was his lawyer present during that time?
I can't comment on that.
Okay,
No comment.
okay. I think the
Curious. I want to, what I can't wait to hear mostly about is that jab. I can't. That's my main thing. I want to know about the jab.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mania, because it's something significant about that jabber. That my thing is, if you getting poked by Austin, I mean Hunter didn't get poked with Austin, but either way, your brother got poked. You won't even stand beside. How the hell can you describe what kind of poker it was? If it's a pocket poker and this shit, I mean, I know y'all in emotions. You didn't even know he was poker, but that's just my theory on it. It don't make
You know
sense.
what I think is going to be really significant in this case? The one thing that the mother wanted debunked, because that is locking in multiple assailants. Um, that chase,
Right,
that chase is going to be powerful.
right. I agree.
And
Acting in concert, and then also let's not forget the Snapchat photo. Who takes a picture of that moment when there's nothing going on?
I
It was
believe that
actually a
the
video though. That was actually a
Oh, I
video
mean,
because I
video, right? Either way,
yeah, it was a
yeah.
video. I actually made that picture. I paused the video and I
Yeah,
took it
I'm aware.
last year.
that video is from earlier in the day, because
Yeah,
on that Snapchat video they show the opposite side of the field and there is no one standing under umbrellas. In the entirety of the video footage we saw, the people on the opposite side, the handful of people, were all standing under
yeah,
umbrellas.
Okay,
yeah. But I zoomed in though for
okay.
that.
yeah, I believe that the judge that reduced Carmelo's bond degrade the intent, because the thing that she listed for reducing his bond speaks to his overall character. And it was very impressive of what she wrote in her decision to learn of Carmelo. And that also is weighed when the Austin supporters come up and they try to always lean on the prosecution, the DA, all of their actions, but they always leave out her actions. Those his overall character with her decision.
Exactly. If that judge felt like he was so fucking guilty and he actually did this shit with intent, I honestly and truly believe in my heart she wouldn't have never gave his ass no damn bond. She wouldn't have. She wouldn't even consider the shit. If he is such a threat to the community, why the fuck am I gonna let him out? And he is on house. Why the fuck would I even give him that much grace? If you unalive somebody, knowing you ain't got no business and you a child, do you think I'm about to be letting you really? Why can't he get the shit out? You think I'm about to be letting your ass just walk around scot free? No, hell no. You
And
about to
she
be at
reduced it
home.
significantly. She just didn't reduce it, in half. She reduced it almost, over half. And, you know, when you use that again with the detractors, you know, she had to hire extra. Well, the state had to hire her extra security just based off that decision alone, which shows you the judicial prosecution of Carmelo was really biased.
Well,
Well,
and
speaking of
go
Carmelo's
ahead.
conduct, can anybody speak to this issue? Because you might have seen I posted that video about the AI recreation of his alleged conduct in a classroom. Can anybody shed some light on that, or where they even got this from, and what the context is about him allegedly throwing furniture at the school?
They making it up. They make stuff up all the time. They want to defame his character, so they're gonna make up BS. Carmelo, that boy, he took up for some girl in a wheelchair. He done saved somebody that was drowning, and
Yep.
this is shit that articles on, like
Right.
motherfuckers
Right.
can vouch. You can't tell me this same person that's bullying the bully. I ain't gonna say bullying the bully, but taking up for somebody that's getting bullied, saving people who's getting drowned. All this other shit. You can't tell me that they are just complete asshole. You can't tell me they just
Exactly.
straight up disrespectful. This the same boy when I seen the video. I don't know if it's his daddy real page or not. I don't give a damn. But it was a video posted of him as a teenager having fun. You know what I'm saying? As a kid, you could tell he's in his useful moments, having fun, enjoying the life that he's experiencing. You can look at that boy and tell that boy ain't got no disrespectful bone in his body. I ain't
Right.
saying he gonna fuck some shit up if you put your hands on him. But all I'm saying is that boy, he look like he say yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, no sir.
So Drew just said it never happened.
Yeah, see, my thought was that they took it out of context. That like maybe my thought was that maybe he was going to defend somebody else, and he threw a chair to get out of the way to get to the
Hell
person,
no.
and they took it out. Like it would just shock me that they would totally make up something. But then again, it doesn't shock me.
No, what they're trying to do is they're trying to conflate the attitude of Austin and Hunter with Carmelo and just charge it off as, oh, you know what, these are just kids. Yeah, well, he had an attitude problem too. No. So specifically, there are coaches who can vouch for the fact that one of the Metcalf twins used to throw trash cans when they lost football games,
Uh huh.
used to be upset, right? So to be that upset, and it was a habitual thing, right? It's not something that just happened during one game, right?
Every
And
time.
so when that information came out, then the other side attempted to strike back and say, well, Carmelo threw a chair in a classroom. And again, Drew said that that's not true.
Good, because we got it locked in as defamation. Good. All right, next up.
Everything they spew be defamation seem like. They just be making up shit as they go.
I just won't believe nothing
Hey,
that
I
comes
mean, look
tomorrow,
at
and you
look
ain't
at
gonna
the
make me
look at the
believe it either. I just
Exactly.
don't. Mm-mm.
look at the athlete,
Who
right?
about to risk that?
exceptional.
Look, look at his highlight reel as an athlete. That shows that he put in work, dedication, discipline. Right? You don't, but you're not just that good just because you have that talent. This is football we talking about. You understand? So he put in work. Can anybody show me Hunter Austin's highlight reel?
No.
Don't worry, I'll wait.
Well, ain't no need to wait. And don't hold your breath while you're waiting. So, Lord, I'm just cracking up, but
Do
I
any
mean, the kid on the football field, the young man was a problem out there, man. I was looking and I was looking at, I was like, I mean, he dedicated. I mean, whatever position he's playing, he's dedicated. In on every tackle, hitting people. You know what I'm saying? You can't that some of that can be taught, but as quick as he was on the football field, or is that is, you know, that's kind of like uh things that get looked at. You know, young man is fast.
do anybody know if the witness that's in the police report was the also received the scholarship that Jeff Metcalf gave out?
That's what I wanted to know. But then again, the fact that they gave it to a black kid, you know what I'm saying? That's suspect to me. Why all of a sudden that y'all
well,
got
half his friends,
compassion?
half of Austin Hunter friends was black. I ain't gonna say half, but the ones that they was speaking about always, like the parents was talking, that was always talking about how their sons hung with black kids, so race wasn't an issue. And this is before Jeff dropped that hard ER. So
Yeah, yeah,
I think
okay.
PJ was supposedly, I mean, I don't know if that was really, you never know for real, but he was supposed to be black, so you never know.
So
Yeah, I
y'all,
mean,
some of these questions y'all are asking, they have to be, they have to be vetted by, by people who have been paid to vet those questions. So, nobody is going to all the facts of a case because it just wouldn't be the right thing to do. But I can just say that y'all have done a wonderful job in again taking this case apart and putting it back together. You're able to see the inconsistencies and the misrepresentations and the lies clearly because I'm listening to the conversation. But some of those questions that y'all are asking can't be answered. I understand that y'all are probably just talking and kind of throwing thoughts around, but you can't show your hand when you're fighting a case of this magnitude because this case really is a national case. It's national, um, simply because of what happened, and people say don't, because they're making it about race. And I'm gonna be quite honest with you, you're half the time you're not even fighting when you're in these debates or when you take your stance on Karmelo being innocent. You're not fighting. A lot of times you don't understand. Like, it's just common sense. It makes sense to me. You have the right to self-defense. I mean, he was sitting him antagonizing and assaulting. Why can't anybody see that? Well, I think that what you all are missing is that half the people, and I've said this on another live, I typed it in another live, half the people that support Carmelo not having the right to self-defense voted for Donald Trump. So you're fighting MAGA. It's not going to make sense. You're never going to get through to them. You're never going to get through to them.
I love the fact that when I'm in the debates, they run to the if.
Man, don't
I love that.
people, they be
I
nervous
love
until
that
they ain't.
because
Yeah.
that's when you've actually you know and I don't consider it winning, but that's when you won the debate.
Nerve. You struck a
Because they
nerve.
always go to the if the roles were.
Roles was motherfucking reversed. Y'all is don't never get fucking penalized. We always gotta do this shit right here and fight y'all dumbasses. And we always gotta show y'all that we fucking human. So we sick of it. So fuck y'all. Respectfully. The collective, the whole race. I like some of y'all, but some of y'all just got to go.
And I'll say this, and I've said it before. If they're so right, why are they fighting so hard? Why don't if you're so right,
Absolutely.
truth come out and let the truth stand in court? Why are you fighting so hard? Why are you creating scenarios that don't exist? Why are you lying? Why are you doxing people who speak their opinion? Why are you putting people's records out there who support Carmelo Anthony? If you're right, settle down. Settle down. The cheese gonna be there. Little rats. The cheese is gonna be there. Settle down, right? But they know that they're not right, and so that's why they can't stay out of spaces that support Carmelo Anthony. They can't keep his name out their mouth. They wake up, live, breathe, go to the toilet, Carmelo Anthony. It's become an obsession at this point. But if you're right, you're right. Why argue about it?
Attitude is being exposed too, because I've had people on the Facebook page. I now have three different discussions with people who are YT who have changed their position, and they told me offline that a large reason why they've changed their position is because they're watching the conduct of some of their other people, and they're like, "This ain't right. What are they trying to defend?"
Right.
That's all.
Yeah,
So I cannot. I'm telling y'all, I know that there's gonna be some stuff that we don't know that comes out that's probably gonna have our jaw drop. I just feel it in my bones. I just feel it, and I can't wait for trial.
and there not gonna I'm gonna say this. Don't stand with us and fight. Get you, like June always say, get your counterparts, get your people. Y'all have your own protests and fight for us. Y'all ain't gotta stand with them. Get your own masses and y'all stand together. If y'all care so much about our community and our people, and y'all ain't aces like y'all claim, then y'all get y'all people together and y'all fucking march for us. And we ain't gotta stand with y'all while y'all goddamn do it if y'all care that fucking bad.
I'm just curious, like, how long do you
You were
think the
doing so
trial is
good, now
actually
you
gonna
fucked it
run?
up.
I'm sorry, it's two people talking at the same time. I didn't
My,
hear.
my bad. I
I
hit
was
the
just
button,
saying,
y'all.
I was wondering, like, how long do you think it's gonna be? Like a couple of weeks, or do you think we will even have to go that long?
Constitutional.
I don't. I don't think
Oh,
the
you don't have
trials.
any idea. You
No,
don't
I don't.
know.
First, most major murder trials like this, they don't happen on the first go. They've got three times to reschedule it. I think the prosecutor's office is still understaffed. They don't have what they need to prosecute it, and maybe even the defense doesn't have all of everything in line for them as well. I think it's reasonable to just to say that this will be pushed back at least once, and maybe not even this year. But I think if it does happen, it'll be sometime around like November.
Yeah, that's what I was
Statistically, you're
thinking.
correct that they never go on
Yeah.
time.
No, and I was thinking the same thing. I mean, just my nephew, he and I live in Texas as well, but my nephew's case, they pushed it back multiple times, and he's just now, like this, it took about 2 years actually, and he's just so I mean, I completely agree. That's why I was like, when they make it seem like it, when you listen to the other side, they make it, oh, it's gonna happen June 1st because Judge Roach wants to have all this taken care of before he, is no longer a judge and this and that and third. So that's why it's such a push. And I'm thinking, well, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna happen. So if that's the case, do they? I mean, do it reassign to a different judge, being that he's come January 1st of next year, he's
Yeah,
not
if
supposed to no longer be a judge, or what happened?
Yeah, if John Roach is not, if this trial gets pushed back, I can't remember what date he is supposed to be officially retiring, but if this trial gets rescheduled, thank you for the heart meat, after he's no longer in office, then I'm sorry, the judge pool will select another judge to take this case. Um, I do agree that I think that Judge Roach wants this case because he wants to be able to write about it soon as he gets out of, for being a judge. So if there's signs that point that it could and there's signs that point that it couldn't, um, I don't even see why it's not plausible to say he might say, okay, I'm not going to retire this year because the case is still going, and then decides to retire next year because they're going to reschedule it. It's just a lot of what if, but just based off of statistics and how the court system works, I just don't think it's plausible to say that this trial is going to happen on June 1st. Howard, they don't have enough evidence, which they never had the evidence, but you know, the more time you can manufacture something, the greater chances you have at winning, right?
Yeah. Thanks for answering that. Appreciate it.
Erica, you a mess.
Erica's gonna buy it too.
I believe
What's up?
they basically they were, you know, trying to extend because they just knew that Carmelo would violate his bond and they could revoke that bond and get that money back. But you know, that was what I thought was one of the motivations of extending it out so long because as long as the trial is extended, so I think that was an underlying motive for the state.
Yeah, I can definitely. I didn't realize I've been on live this long. I'm not getting off yet. Y'all ain't got to run. So this is a question and answer. It was supposed to be a question and answer live. We've talked about everything under the sun today. But if y'all have any questions pertaining to Texas laws and self-defense or pertaining to this case, this is your opportunity for me to answer those questions. And I got Christopher King here, who's qualified to answer some of these questions as well. So if y'all want to rotate out, come into the panel, answer your questions, or you can type them in the chat. Um, that's what I'm here for. That's correct, Knight Rider. The defense doesn't have to prove anything. The proof is on the states. They bear the burden here. And I know Yoli is somewhere in this live, and I know she's got 5,000 questions for me. And I know Tiffany's got some too.
Well, first of all, I have been invited to the evidence. We're discussing the 5 elements of self-defense. I just took Menia's job doing the PSA, and Constitutional has invited us all here. Y'all grab your daily heart me, and y'all can gift the host as well because he's opened up his space for us to discuss, and he's taken time out of his schedule to discuss this. So let's get to it. If y'all have any questions, drop the questions in the comments. Are you welcome to request up to the panel so that he can open the panel for your questions? Looks like we have Tito
Tito
Low on the
Low,
panel.
what's going on,
And
my guy?
I had a well, I just want to say something to Tiffany. They talk real bad about you on them other panels. I used to be on those other panels, but I took a break from it. But I always believed your story. They talked about you really bad. It was crazy. But the question I have is, don't you think Carmelo's he's got to take the stand? Defendant to take the stand under most circumstances, but I think he got to take the stand this time.
This is a self-defense case, so it is going to be more than likely that Carmelo takes the stand. The easiest way to put it is no one can articulate his reasonable belief of serious bodily injury or unaliving better than him. You can have your defense team and they can be the best in the world, but 9 times out of 10, the jurors want to hear it directly from you, and no one is going to be able to convey that message like you. So I'm going to
Right.
say it's about a 95% chance that Carmelo's going to take the stand.
Yeah, it's not a whodunit. It's a whodunit case. That's different. This is like, hey man, I was threatened. I was scared as hell. This is what happened to me.
Yeah. The other thing I'm worried about Carmelo is the demographics of the jury. I mean, 6 white T people on the jury. How do you get 5 to 6 white T's acquit this boy? I don't see that happening. Maybe a acquittal. I mean, not acquittal, a hung jury maybe. What do you think about that?
At the end of the day, a hung jury is a mistrial, and a mistrial is a win for Carmelo. As far as the jury goes, uh, I think that's going to be one of the most challenging parts of this trial is finding
Yeah.
a impartial and unbiased jury and a jury that's comprised of peers or in my opinion a peer. Is there going to be a single person on the jury that looks like Carmelo? And even if there's a person on the jury that looks like Carmelo, do they still think like Carmelo? And that's going to be a big thing. I do know that the demographic of Colin Indian, white, and then there's a very small population of Hispanic and black. So it gives us a very small window of having anybody on the jury that looks like him and thinks like him. But I think what may work in his case is that a lot of older people are going to understand the verbiage that Carmelo used when he said, touch me and see what happened. The older people will understand, hey, this is the same things I told my kids when they were younger. Touch that and I'm going to whoop your ass. So, they understand that. And as far as the jury pool.
In
Okay.
Constitution, do you
Yes,
believe that the prosecution will try to tie um, Carmelo's intent to the fact that he refused to move when they allegedly asked him to move?
I think they'll try to, but at the end of the day, I think it's a void argument. The elements of self-defense is right, innocence, and in innocence, did you have a legal right to be there and no duty to retreat as well? And Carmelo was invited to the event. He drove to his school. He rode the bus to the stadium, um, and then he was on the visitor side of the stadium in a public stadium underneath a canopy that was owned by Frisco ISD. So in no way, shape, or form did the other people have, the authority to ask him to leave or physically attempt to make him leave. So I think they will try to tie it. It's just not going to work here.
So when the prosecution cross-examined Carmelo, if they put him on the stand, when they cross-examine him, do you think the biggest portion of their cross-examine about him sitting there, and did he at the time know all of the legalese about his rights to sit there?
I don't think that he knew his rights, and quite frankly, he didn't need to. He knew that he was at a stadium where he had a lawful right to be, and I'm pretty sure he's been at an event before where he's done the same exact thing, and he knows that when it's raining or there's inclement weather, you seek shelter. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hey, to all the mods in the room, the live's gotten 3 restrictions in the last minute. So if you know somebody from the other side that likes to report, let's go ahead and get rid of them. Thank you. Take out the trash. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah. Do you guys think that the defense can call Hunter to the stand? Because they can really destroy him. They can get him up there.
Yeah,
Well,
the
we
Yes,
we
defense.
we
they
we walked
can.
through this earlier, and we
Oh,
definitely
okay.
think that they would definitely multiple iterations of what happened and such. So I think, yeah, I think they would want to call him, but that's just my thought. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, Chris, I got a question
I
for you.
agree.
Do you think it's more likely that the defense will call Hunter to the stand to tear him apart, or do you think the prosecution to call him and then they impeach him from the stand?
Well, yeah, I do think the prosecution has to call Hunter. So I think it's going to proceed. First, they're going to call him. Then I think the defense might video first. Then after they go through that, then Hunter starts talking, and then they start impeaching him. That's the way I see it happening. But who knows?
Gotcha.
think it'll be quite the opposite. They will utilize the cross examination to impeach him, and then show the video to
Ooh,
show that he was lying and
ooh,
what
good.
he originally said.
That's a good one too. Yeah, it could very well go that way too.
Yeah. I'm just going through some of the questions in the comments. Someone said if Carmelo is convicted, his time that he was done, that he served with the ankle monitor on, will that count? If Carmelo is convicted, he's not going to be convicted. But to play into your hypothetical question, yes, any time that's served while he's on the ankle monitor after the bail does count towards his time served for the conviction. They do know they took attendance on the bus. Yes, they all came to the stadium on the bus. It was originally said that Carmelo drove to the stadium. That was debunked early on, and then quote unquote confirmed by Sarah Fields like 2 months ago. But Carmelo drove to his school, got on the bus, and rode to the stadium just like all the other kids.
I have a question about the bus thing. Was it their bus? Like, was Centennial? Did they have their own bus, or was it combined with like a different school? Because there, you know how there's always talk that where was where was the rest of his team, and why wasn't he with his team? Which I mean, he didn't have to be with his team. He could be wherever he wants to. In my, the way I look at it. But again, that's been about why there is no witnesses from the Centennial School to speak on that police report. Like it seems kind of biased that they only had students that wasn't at a school.
Yeah.
Right. That I'm not 100% sure. Each school would have their own bus to transport the kids there. I just don't see them like going from school to school, picking up all the kids to have them on one bus. We know that there was more than one there. I just don't know from the police report where was Carmelo's team. They make it seem like Carmelo was the only student from his school there, and we know that's not true because other students from the school um, actually participated in the event before they took all the stats and stuff offline. So again, there's
Correct. I remember the
inconsistencies in the
roster.
report. Hmm.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember a guy when this first happened a year ago? He was a parent and he said his daughters was under the tent, and
Yes.
it wasn't just one; it was all of them jumping on him.
Hmm.
Where's this guy at? I ain't heard from him since then. And I hope they call him to the stand.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that because I brought him back up. Let me tell you a story about this, okay? There's a somewhat conservative BLK personality on YouTube, and they had interviewed this guy, okay? And I was supposed to do a talk with him about this guy. But maybe go ahead and tease it, let people know that we're going to be doing it. He got bombarded with Metcalf supporters, and he said, I can't deal with this right now. They're going to take my YouTube down, okay? Now, as to the identity of the person themselves, I posted it on Facebook and I said, does anybody know who this is? And one person alleged that it was his Carmelo's uncle, Kevin. What's his name? Can't think of his last name. That's what they alleged. And they then went on to say that, oh, and I believe he's been arrested for lying about the case. Receipts, please. And I haven't seen any receipts for that. That's all I know.
So let
Yeah, I
me
heard
speak
he
to
was
that.
arrested.
Let me speak to that. So that was not Kevin Hayes. That
Good.
was an actual person,
Mm-hmm.
an actual individual. Um, uh, he um, so he was reached out to and he didn't respond. He was reached out to by the proper legalities and whatever, and he didn't respond. So there's that. So if someone doesn't respond, they can't be utilized. And for whatever reason, he's reached out to multiple times, and he refused to respond. So that's just kind of where we are with that. And we really don't need his testimony, just because there's so much evidence on Carmelo Anthony's side. But I also wanted to touch on something, kind of go backwards on what you were saying, Tito, about the remember, I think it was in October, there was an article released on the concern in Collin County because Collin County was changing from red to blue, from Republican to Democrat.
Oh,
Okay, and that article, I'll post it on my page maybe tomorrow when I have time because I have a lot to do today. But that article was someone who was a MAGA journalist, and they were reporting that there was an influx of white women from to Collin County.
oh,
Collin County has like 20 cities within Collin County. I used to think it was 10 until I did my research. Even though I live here, it's 20 cities, right? And so that was a concern. That reporter then brought up the Carmelo Anthony case, saying that the district attorney's office may not be as confident as they thought they would be because Collin County is changing from red to blue. Now, I didn't know that this was true ago, there was a No Kings protest here in Collin County, and when I tell you the people that were protesting and lining the side of the street who were anti-MAGA, white women,
Oh,
right?
that's
And it
good.
was tons and tons. I'm on the service road going through 5 lights, and it's just lined up with white women. So I want to speak to the graphic that I released that people are utilizing, that saying that according to AI, who actually deciphered the population of Collin County, and based on the population and the ethnic makeup, said that there would be 5 white jurors, two or three Asian jurors, one black juror. It broke it down that way, right?
Oh,
What we don't understand is we think that when it says 5 white jurors, it means 5 conservative jurors. It means because Collin County is no longer a red county. It's like purple. They called it the purple county because red plus blue equals purple, right?
okay.
And so just take under consideration that those 5 white people may not all be conservative. They may be liberal. And a
Okay.
liberal white woman on that jury is going to be pivotal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
great point. Great point. Real quick on the Kevin issue, I love the fact that these people will lie at will. Every time I put up a question, you can just wait for it that somebody's going to lie on somebody. I love it. It's documented. We have it. Wow. Information forward, Tiffany.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just seems like some little kid got unalived and somebody's gonna pay for it. That's how they think. And I hope that boy gets off. He don't deserve. He's a good kid. Hope he don't go to jail.
Absolutely, Tito. And thank you for letting me know everybody's talking about
Well, I'll be defending you too, boy.
me. Thank you,
Hey,
Tito.
do you believe, Tiffany, do you believe that, or do you think the defense was on board?
Yes.
So they agree with the gag order.
I'm not saying they did. The question you asked was, do I believe the defense is on board?
Okay,
Yes.
I got you. I got you.
I do
Okay,
believe it.
okay.
Because here's the thing, think about it. If you have a case and you know what your case entails of, you don't want any of that information being leaked out. You want to get in there. You don't want to talk to the public. You want to talk to those 12 jurors. High powered attorneys do, right? They don't want to get out here and broadcast and hold all these press conferences and toot their own horn. They want to reserve and preserve all of their evidence for 12 people,
Oh, okay.
the jurors.
Do
Do
y'all
you
think
think?
that a gag order would have the jury, the jurors sequestered during the trial?
I think they'll be sequestered simply because in the protective order, gag order, Judge Roach he mentioned sequestration.
I think it'll happen just due to the pretrial publicity of the trial. When this gets ready to go to trial, people are going to start talking about it again. Um, if I was a judge, I wouldn't want to run that possibility. And even as a defense attorney, I wouldn't want to run that possibility either. So, I mean, it's beneficial for everyone to keep them sequestered.
When they have the jurors and they questioning these jurors to see who they're going to choose, is it the prosecution and the defense that have to agree together, or is it the judge who decides ultimately who's going to be a juror?
They're supposed to agree together, but if they come to a point where they can't come to a conclusion, then the judge steps in and then the judge will ask questions to kind of determine if they think it's someone that should be striked or not. And then each side is going to have, normally they would have 10 strikes, but due to the pre 12 on each side.
And
Oh,
you're saying 12, how many peremptories and how many for cause?
I have to pull it up. I can't remember.
Okay, okay. So to answer your question further, sir, you've got for cause, which is like, hey, my wife is sick, can't be here. That's for cause, right? Or I've got a medical issue, I can't sit that long. That's for cause, right? And then the tricky ones are the peremptory ones where you're doing the voir dire and you talk to your co-counsel and you say, I don't like that person. It could be any reason. It could be something they're wearing. It could be a look they shot. It could be anything, right?
Yeah.
And you are not, you take those at will. Okay, they cannot be questioned unless you see a pattern emerging where they're striking, say a prosecution is striking everybody BLK, right? And you got a BLK defendant. Then the defense could pop up what's called a Batson. And look what's going on here. They're doing this because of this, right? And then that gets really heavy. Batson challenges happen. They're I don't think they're successful that often, but they do happen. They have been sustained, and I'll be curious if we encounter any of that in this case.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Question under 35.16 of the Criminal Code of Procedures. There is no fixed number of for cause strikes that they can use.
Okay. In the parentheses, I wonder about it. It's got to be interesting to watch this or to find out how voir dire is handled. Very important.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else have any other questions?
Question, but I forgot. I just gotta wait a minute. Let's see what it was.
What's your question, Will? No, no, we didn't scare the ops, Erica. 30 people got blocked in about 4 minutes. Yeah. I try to tell people if you're gonna be here, just don't report my live because I don't come to your live and report it. But if you want to block it, report it, then I'm gonna introduce you to Lord Blickety.
Mm-hmm.
Questions over there.
Wait a minute. What happened?
Oh no, Erica said we scared the ops off. 30 people left real quick, and I said no. They reported the live 4 times, and I told everybody to block them. So
Oh,
we got rid of 30 ops in about 4 minutes.
oh, that's awesome. That's phenomenal.
Yeah,
Well, and it's their fault if they don't want to be over here and become educated,
right.
right? Janina just dropped a comment. She said, due to the Sixth Amendment, there are unlimited for cause. Is that what you said, constitutional?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I missed that part.
1 second. Auntie Flawless, you there?
Yes, I'm here, but if you need to drop me, you can.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask you. Thank you.
I'll be in the chat.
So myself wants to know what are the instructions the judge gives the jurors for self-defense?
So there's a very detailed, specific instruction that they give. I can email it to you, but when I tell you it is pages long, I won't sit here and read it. But I can send it to you though. But it basically instructs them to follow the letter of the law and follow the evidence. Does Carmelo meet these 5 elements of self-defense? And it clearly tells them that if he meets these elements and you have any reasonable doubt that he was protecting himself, even if you think that the amount of force was, extra, then it's still self-defense. That's what self-defense is.
He's acquitted, but if it's a hung jury, how many times can they like try him again? Can they keep trying him?
Um, no, you can't continue to keep trying and trying. I reasonably believe that if they get a hung jury this time, I don't think that they'll try him again. If they do, it's just merely because Collin County is racist and they want to get a black person, thrown in prison. But the point of taking someone else to trial is that you now have new evidence, some bright and shining evidence that is going to convict them because that's why you had a hung jury the first time. They didn't believe
Oh,
that the evidence you presented was sufficient enough.
oh, okay.
Yeah. What's up, Chocolate Mama? You got a question?
Acquittal. Full acquittal. We
Well,
ain't trying
I
to hear
just
nothing.
came up. Oh, I'm sorry, Mania. I just came up to say that this is our weekly reminder that Carmelo is going to be found innocent He's gonna get a full acquittal. Once they play that video, looking like a deer in headlights. Because how did they get that? How did they get that footage? We tried to get it taken out, but it's not going to be taken out. Carmelo's going to be found innocent. It's going to be an instant not guilty verdict as soon as the video is shown. On stand and lie. I'll go back on mute now.
Is that a different video from the video where they've been kind of showing? Do they have different angles of the video, I guess?
Uh, yes, there are multiple angles of the video, but the video that you hear people on here saying that they saw, that's all the same video.
Oh, okay.
Um, I just saw a
Hmm?
question. If a judge has the option to give self-defense and he does, what's the trial for? Well, essentially the trial is to look at the evidence to see if it meets the elements of murder, and then if so, based off of the self-defense and deliberation. So you have it could be self-defense, it could be murder. And if you believe that it's self-defense, then you find them to be not guilty. Whereas if you don't get a self-defense instruction, it's either now got to be it's murder, it's manslaughter, or it's criminally negligent homicide.
Can they charge him for that poker?
I would say that it's
Mm,
too late to charge him for the poker, but I mean it's possible. If he's found not guilty for this murder, they come back and charge him for the poker. I highly doubt they're gonna do that. Um, and again, the poker was legal. I mean, the only way the poker is gonna come into play is just like the Casey Allison case. If he is found guilty, then they could use the poker as an enhancement. There is not a standalone law in Texas that supports the charge of the poker um, per se by itself. Like the poker is legal, 5.5 inches or less. Now, the way you use the poker and they find him guilty in the mannerism in which he used it and found him guilty of the murder, then they could say, yes, now, we can enhance the charge, but it's not necessarily charging him with.
Okay.
Has discovery been completed? That I do not know, Kim. I would hope and pray that it has since the trial is in 48 days. I would hope that it has.
and
Go ahead, Chocolate Mama. Okay, I don't think
no,
she has it. Okay, I can hear you now.
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I
We
don't
can
get
hear
good
you.
service here. Um, okay. Uh, there there was only one video that was shown to everybody, but they have multiple angles of the altercation.
Okay.
So for people to think that there's just, oh, it's only one video and they're not going to show that, well, they don't have to. They have other angles they can show.
Right.
Yeah, I'm
Will
sure they
actually.
do. And I will say, when I went there, my main focus was to try to find the other cameras. And I'm going to tell you, I know from experience that oftentimes the cell towers at school applications will put cameras on those towers. I looked, and I could not, as of yet, ascertain that there were any cameras on there. And I could not, for certain, I'm not done looking yet, but I could not, for certain, ascertain where the other cameras are because and again the stadium's closed on that Sunday, so I couldn't walk in there physically and get closer. But that's what I saw or didn't see. But I know there's
Now,
other
we
angles.
all in agreement that Carmelo never entered the tent after the Metcalf brothers.
Yes.
Right, he was already there.
He was
Right.
already there.
Yeah.
Every video will always show that he was already there an extended amount of time before they showed up, correct?
Correct.
Absolutely. From Michelle press play on that video, you could see Carmelo. He was sitting off to the side, looking at his phone. His head was down like most teenagers. Their phones are permanently planted into their hand, and there is no way that they can get around that. Because I watched the video from 11 minutes before the poking. For at least 9 of those minutes, you could see Carmelo just sitting, minding his business.
Was Carmelo's phone ever separated from him as far as being knocked out of his hand? One hand is occupying his phone. That means all the actions of going in the bag or not going in the bag came from the free hand to extract it from the bag. So that's why I'm asking, at any could you see a phone being knocked from his hand or so on and so forth?
I could not see that, but um, in one of the videos that Jeff, one of the many videos that Jeff did, the news person asked him, "What do you think about Carmelo telling the police that he was punched and his phone was broke?" And that's when Jeff was like, "Well, there was no punch, and there then why would the news say that then if that's what he told the police?" So
When
I
they did
believe
the
that there's a
pat
lot
down,
that Carmelo said that, yeah, well, yeah, they patted Carmelo down like what, 4 times, 3 or 4 times,
yeah,
and every
when
time
they
they
patted
found
him
nothing.
down, yeah, when they patted him down, did they confiscate his phone at that point? Did he when they encountered him?
No.
According to the police report, when they patted Carmelo down, there was nothing of evidentiary value. That's the only thing the report says. Would they consider the phone evidentiary evidence? I don't know. But it doesn't specifically tell us if they had the phone or not. But we do know that from Jeff's admittance in the police, to the news, he says that there was no punches thrown, there was no phone broken. So I believe at some point in time a phone was knocked out of Carmelo's hand.
And will the data from Carmelo's phone be also used to kind of establish a timeline of when he was actually, I guess, looking at the time of the incident?
It's possible that would be something that the defense team would be wanting to use if so, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I mean, if the stadium has video, then I would say that the stadium video would suffice for me. But if they're gonna allege that Carmelo text someone issuing a phone,
Gotcha.
Will ask, um, does it change if it's only one versus one instead of four versus one? No, self-defense is defined as self-defense, no matter if you're faced with one person or four people. The only thing that they're going to tarry on is the penal code 9.31 and 9.32. It says up until the degree that the actor has a reasonable belief of serious bodily injury or unaliving, and you could be faced with one person or four people, and it still apply equally. So I don't think that makes a difference.
No, but it does, as we discussed earlier, it does impact his impressions and his belief. The more people you have, even if in that case you're not positive that they're part of the crew, that your apprehension is still valid if they are present and do not appear to be coming to your aid, which they were not. Definitely not.
Do y'all believe the text messages or the phone data from Austin and Hunter's phone will be used as some type of corroborative evidence against Carmelo?
Um,
If they're
uh, yeah.
saying, "Hey, this is going on," I don't see how they could avoid having it come in. It's a big if. We don't know that.
I
Do
mean,
you guys
in my opinion, I think it's plausible for them to get the. I think that the defense team would more than phone. It's possible that they communicated back and forth that Carmelo was under the canopy and that they were gonna go over there. There could be something like that in there. But other than that, I don't know about any other communications or anything.
Do you guys think they knew Carmelo before this happened?
I think they knew of Carmelo. I wouldn't say they knew him. And the only reason I say that, we all know Texas is a big sports state. Um, Carmelo was the captain of the football team and the track team. Is very likely that they had either heard of him, seen him in action or something, but they may not have known exactly who he was.
Do you think that Carmelo's injury, his alleged shoulder injury, will come into play as far as his defense or self-defense strategy of, fearing
Absolutely.
Okay.
So
Absolutely.
it's not alleged. So I
Okay.
just want to clear, it's not alleged. He in fact did have a shoulder blah 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 injury, and it will come into play with the self defense.
It will definitely play into the disparity. Uh,
Right.
he's injured and he's undersized and he's outnumbered. That's definitely going to be a contributing factor, injury or unaliving.
And that's just basically his state of mind once it escalated to a physical confrontation, especially when they grabbed him.
I mean, it could be his state of mind before he was physically grabbed. You don't have to wait until a person touches you for self-defense to kick in. So it's at whatever moment that Carmelo had the thought that, hey, this is not going to turn out good. I'm not going to leave the same way I came. That at that moment, that's when Carmelo's authorized to use the force.
Last question. Carmelo's uh um uh picture when he was photographed and when he was taken into custody, um was there any visible bruises or scratches shoulders?
Yes, there was a plug of hair missing above and right behind his, I believe it was the right ear. There was bruising along in the mouth. So yeah, it looked like he uh had been hit by people in multiple different areas. And I believe the hair being missing on the side of his head is consistent with possibly being put in a headlock.
And did he refuse medical treatment on site and when he got taken?
And it is not the policy of any penal institution where a inmate can refuse medical service. That is a part of the booking process. So if you had injuries, they are supposed to medically clear you whether you want to or not before you're actually booked in there. So if Carmelo refused medical care, then he should have never went through the booking process. And I'll leave it at that.
I got you. Because see that kind of, you know, when the I I don't know if that came into play. Well, he did show a visible confrontation, and did they label that as a consensual agreement to fight?
They may have labeled it as consensual, but it wasn't. Carmelo was sitting there minding his business. They came up and approached him. And remember, from the time the twins got to the canopy and the time that Carmelo left running, all of this happened within 25, 30 seconds. There were no words being exchanged upon. So, no, I don't think it was a mutual combat situation. None of the evidence points to such.
And did Carmelo take, or has it been, I guess, presented that he did actually bring the poker to the stadium with him?
To my knowledge, there is no proof of that. I have not seen that evidence anywhere. In my opinion, I believe the poker was brought there by one of the twins.
Right, because I heard his foot. I think it was John live, and she said that they don't use those type of tools to open boxes, so on and so forth. So that's kind of why I went down that path.
hmm I mean, even beyond if it was his tool for work, he had a lawful right to have it on him. So, at the end of the day, if Carmelo brought the poker there, he had a legal right to have it. But I believe in this scenario, just based off of what I've read, what I've heard, and the recant of the videos, and Hunter had the poker. My opinion, I believe Hunter had it, and I think Hunter attempted to poke Carmelo and poked Austin by accident. That's just my opinion.
Right,
And
and
then,
hopefully the
how
video
did
shows some type of leads to that, conclusion when you break down the gut. That's why I don't think the defense wanted to use the video, because it may show elements of that.
Right. I mean, if you think
Or
about it, right?
even if Carmelo saw again, I don't know if he brought one himself, but because it raises the question, how did he get in the bag to get a poker and all this stuff? It raises the question of whether or not he took it from Hunter, because we saw the picture where Hunter has one on his hip. Who knows? I don't know. All I know is I don't know, but it's a question.
And right, and based on actually physically seen it, it's been alleged that he, had to have the time to open it from his closed position, all within 30 seconds, which I find just extremely difficult when you have people aggressing upon you. But that has been stated that the wherever the poker was, it was already in an open position for it to be used in that extent of time.
Yeah, that I'm not sure. That is gonna, come through testimony or crime scene forensics, all of those things. But what I do know is based off of the police report, it was found in a half open position, laying on the top of the bleachers. Isn't that just ironic? And then the person who pointed out where the poker was. So in my opinion, I feel like the poker could have been either Hunter's, like I said. I believe Hunter either pulled it out of Austin's chest or Austin pulled it out of himself. But the fact that the poker was laying on the bleachers, and then someone went and got an officer said, "I know where it is," and it's just laying there half open on the top. It just seems off stage. It doesn't seem logical to me, in my opinion.
I kind of agree with that. I just don't see how he made all of those actions with somebody aggressing upon you. It seemed, more likely that, it was taken away. You know how somebody might pull a pew pew on you and y'all struggle for the weapon, and then you end up with the weapon and using it in your self defense. That's kind of how I viewed it.
I
Right.
won't bet against it.
Right. I mean, you also have to take into consideration that they were struggling over the bag at the time. Remember, Austin's trying to take Carmelo's bag and force him out of the canopy with his bag. So you're expecting me to believe that Carmelo's physically tugging with one hand, zipping open a bag, getting out the poker, poking him, zipping the bag back, and then he's taking off running? No, this is not logical.
And he did all of that because he still had to have the phone that he always had maintained in that free hand. That's why I asked about the phone, because it only leaves one free hand. So you have one hand to unzip a bag, go into the bag, dig around in the bag. Another hand that has the phone that he has, and then so forth. And again, actual time of confrontation is somewhere along the line of 20 seconds, 10 to 20 seconds versus a full 30 seconds.
Right.
All very great observations. Very.
Right, right. What's up, Huey? Welcome in, my guy. All right, Tip, TB, Miss Billions.
What?
Go, go ahead with your 9,000 questions.
Um.
Well, no, you always ask me for my opinions. Go ahead, I'm listening.
In your opinion, will Jeff Metcalf be called as a character witness for his son? Now, take this under consideration that um, he is still out here discussing the case with people, although he is or he's supposed to be under a gag order.
Hmm. I think that they may want Jeff on the stand at some point, but I just don't see it happening. Jeff has implicated himself in too much. Jeff has tarnished the case. He's presenting himself. And even beyond that, I think if Jeff took the stand, he would instantly get impeached. So I don't think it's likely that Jeff will make it to the stand, even if Carmelo happened to be guilty by some chance. I don't even think they would allow him to give a victim statement because of his extra.
Here's a question though: is he getting called as a defense witness based on the stuff he represented that Hunter told him. That if it shows up inconsistent or kind of whack, I could see the defense calling him.
It's possible, yes.
Okay. Did you see the most recent video of his ophthalmologist speaking on the case?
I did.
That guy, because yeah, Royal found it. He posted it. He and I've been talking about it. But yeah, I went into it last night about that guy. But go ahead.
I was
Here
just
you
gonna
go.
ask
I'll
what
play
your
it for
opinion
you.
was. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Thank
it's
you. Okay,
You,
everybody mute up. I'll mute
you,
up.
you see how I
oh,
had that queued up like that?
One of my friends and patients. Today I'm here at Halo Pizza, and tragedy that happened. One of my friends and patient, Mr. Jeff Metcalf, his son was murdered at Frisco ISD. I think a lot of you guys know about the case, and Jeff, he invited me today, for his son's scholarship that we're providing to future students for their athletic achievements, and hope we got people coming out. And yeah, I mean, I just think it's crazy that someone can bring a knife to school and they can stab someone. I mean, just based on the knife alone, you would think that they would have expelled this person. The trial is going to start June 1st. I don't want to say anything that's going to affect the case, nor do I even have any inside knowledge of it. I'm just here to support my friend. And, they have a scholarship, which I think is a really honorable thing. It's going to help a lot of children, a lot of students in the future. So you can easily find a scholarship program. It's on a platform called Cheddar Up. But yeah, I hope we have a transparent trial. Everything has to be released. Because if not, then the rule of law is just gone in this country. We can't let people try to confuse this, try to make it about race. Jeff, Mr. Metcalf himself, he's seen activists try to come in here and make it about a race war and all that stuff, and he's been truth. He doesn't want a bunch of people coming here with activism and just clicks. So hopefully we get a fair trial, but I don't know. With this political climate, the way the public is, the way the mob is, I really don't know, but we can just hope for the best. But regardless, that shouldn't stop you guys for helping him out at the scholarship. I know I'm buying good pizza today, so 25% of everything they actually buy here today goes towards the scholarship program. See you guys out there. Today I'm here at Halo Pizza.
So my question is, what did he mean by mob? The way the mob is? What is he talking about?
Your
Is he
guess
talking
is as
about
I
good
like?
as
have
mine.
another.
Must be talking
I have
about us.
another question. Who is Metcalf?
yeah.
Who is
You were
Jeff
doing so
Metcalf?
good, now you fucked it.
That that man is a paid. They know they losing, so it sounds like he backpedaling. Hopefully, we'll get a fair trial. You about to lose, so they're getting
Right.
it warmed up.
Why didn't
I
they
checked
just
him out, and
use
the
why didn't they
guy,
just use
he's
the
a
money
political.
from the Give Send Go for the scholarships? Right? The Give Send Go was money raised for the funeral, right? So you buried him, take the rest of the money for the scholarship. Why are we still holding fundraisers? Make it make sense out here.
That's true too.
Yeah, because I want to know how much this
And you can keep
these
your
are. Cause
you can keep your charity. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Right.
the first scholarship went to a BLK kid. You can keep your charity. Not after you done, denigrated, our black women on live. Now you want to give something to a man?
and how much
Miss
of the
me with that
policy?
bullshit.
Because they raised money.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's
So
somewhere
my
in the
question
neighbor
is, who is the mob? Again,
Yeah.
who's the mob? So
the
he's
person
saying
who
that.
he's representing in the video. He's talking about the mob, the Metcalf mob, or as he said, the Metcalf mob.
Interesting.
Yeah, I went into his record, into the reviews on his ophthalmology thing. By the way, the dude went to Case Western for his internship residency, where I went with that law after me though. But anyway, the guy he got some pretty interesting negative reviews that I mentioned on the video about how he runs his practice, but also there's a potential HIPAA issue that Royal and I went into because he divulges the relationship online. You need a special waiver for that, even if you can do it. Royal knows more about that than I do, and he's kind of a political hack. He runs for offices. He ran for state senate. He ran for school board. Came in distant third each time, but he's a political hack also.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, we know Megan's still working at the pizza place. That's for damn sure.
Oh God, let me go on mute.
Megan, my message to you. Hey, you gotta stop eating as much as you sell. It's showing. I'm done. I'm done with my
Oh my
fuckery.
God. So yeah, so I don't know. So, I took a look at his page, this guy, and I think that he is like find his political perch, if you will. Um, which there's a fine line to walk between practicing medicine, if that's what you want to call it, and being political. Um, I think the part in the video that stuck out the most to me is for him to say that he doesn't really know much about the case, but
Your very first sentence was he was murdered.
right.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a difference
Yeah, he
between
doesn't know much about the case, but he knows enough to say that. Go ahead.
no, I just think I think he's it's defamatory. Uh,
I'm not gonna disagree. Yeah, he reaches a conclusion of law that has never been reached. He doesn't say potentially. He says it. Know a lot about the case, but he knows enough to say that. Come on now.
right.
He said he hoped we get a fair trial,
But at
which
the
Who is
beginning, he
we?
said it's murder.
And who is we?
he's a paid actor. He might be a doctor and all, but I don't even know if he know Mr. Metcalf.
Because Metcalf gave him some of them dollars to say it.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And the beach whale gave him some free pizza. Oh, I'm sorry, Megan. Megan gave him some free.
Uh,
I'm sorry.
can
I'm
you
sorry,
guys hear
Megan.
me?
We can hear you. You got to come out of the dungeon.
Um, I know, right? Um, has anyone he works at? Because that could be where um Jeff.
Well, no, he's an ophthalmologist, like I said. So his clinic, um, like I said in the video, I put some of the reviews up there from Yelp about his clinic. They said it was like a used car, a used car lot. Anyway,
Oh wow.
which he looks like in the video, looks like a used car salesman. He's an ophthalmologist, so that's what he does. So whatever their eye care needs are, I guess he attends to that.
Good afternoon, everyone. How y'all doing this evening?
Hey, Miss Gwen.
Hey, hey,
Hey, Miss
I
Queen.
would,
Gwendolyn.
hello. I would like to know who's doing the recording.
You could almost see the person. We tried to look at it. Royal, did you get any better? Because there's a reflection in the window. It looks like the person's wearing white tennis shoes, but it's hard to tell. And then white, so you lose the image. You can't quite tell. Were you Royal here? He might not be here anyway. But if you look at it, there's a reflection, but it's hard to
Mm,
tell.
it does look like it's a woman. Look like she has on capri.
Mm-hmm.
So that's Megan.
Or is that the person in the store though? It's hard to look closer.
I don't know.
At various times in the video, the light changes, and you can see a person standing outside who's filming him. See, that woman's in the store, but I don't know what minute marker it is in the video, but you can see somebody standing there.
And who is he looking at? You know, you notice how he keep cutting his eyes.
Yeah.
He might be reading a script.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You remember me from such fundraising videos as Help Me Help Myself.
Wow.
No, it kind of looks like he's just holding the phone.
No, he's got a free
Yeah,
hand. His hands aren't open.
yeah, it's moving with him. I think he's holding it.
Looks like he's holding it himself.
And then why he got his scrubs on? So everyone knows that like what he does. Like
He wanted people to believe him when he said that he was Jeff's doctor.
Get in uniform, right?
But obviously, he's failing at his job if Jeff thinks that he saw something, nefarious or anything, because god damn you blind.
views of his place are bad, then he's obviously not good at what he does. He's certainly not good at public speaking because if you don't know anything about a case, you don't speak on it the way that you are.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
Kira said he contoured his neck.
I just like how this family is doing all of this damage control, to make themselves look, like um, the pride of Collin County. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the rush to the rush to the media after the incident, the so-called advocate who defends that family, and now you got this, right? It's hinting so much damage control to me, you know. Whereas that, here we are, you know, advocates for the Anthony family, and you know, we speak about the good, uh, the purpose that Drew had, raising his family, being uh, a patriarch for his wife and kids. You know what I mean? It's speaking damage control because you don't see people on their side talking about them like that. You know what I mean?
Right. I have a question, constitutional.
Yes.
Found if, and this is hypothetical, if the twins, um, the Metcalf twins, have a juvenile history of um, selling rugs, would that be entered into or allowed to be presented during trial?
Probably not. I wouldn't see how it would be of importance or significance to the case. Now, if they had a history of using rugs, then yeah, but just the selling of them, then I don't think so.
Or if they had a history of both?
Mm.
Ha-
Then yeah,
Would,
it's very likely they could say that it's possible that they were coming down, they were still using. It's indicative of the behaviors that they exhibit. They could tie it together some way, yeah.
It
okay.
comes back to
Tiffany,
toxicology.
are you saying that they did, or are you saying that's part of the hypothetical? They can't take my words.
It would
There's
come down also. You got your remember the toxicology issue that we're not entitled to know of.
I got something for you, Mr. 25A. This is what she said.
You can't handle
Basically.
Okay, okay. Hey, I look. Um, I okay because I've always said that this incident wasn't the first time that they did this, something like this, right? event that ended up with him losing his life behind. So there can definitely be a history behind, you know, these kids' actions, which could include, both of the things that y'all speaking of. So yeah, I'm more than hip to it.
No, and you're right. Big one of our kids with a record like that, it would definitely be the talk of the town, and somehow it would be leaked.
Oh, for sure.
Some,
It would have
mhm.
been leaked the week after they were arrested.
I mean, he was the biggest thug, next to Bumpy Johnson. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they went to work now, and the more that they did anything, so they just stuck with thug.
Well, from the way that those boys approached Carmelo, they were, this is just my opinion. I believe that they were on something because, like, the way that they approached him is like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's like how they say Carmelo was on demon time. No, those boys were on demon time. The way that they approached him, and you were at, out of 12 jurors are gonna see the way they approached Carmelo and what they did when they got there, and they're in the back of their mind they're gonna be thinking, what the hell is wrong with these boys? What, are they on something? Like, you can't just make somebody move. So you're not going to, they are not going to be able to get 8 out of 12 to think that Carmelo knowingly and willingly did anything other than defend himself. And I don't know about the toxicology. I don't know why they're not trying to release it, because I mean it would have been released if it was one of ours.
Well, remember, don't say 8 out of 12. This ain't a civil case. All right. Out of 12.
But well, I mean, yeah, well, to be honest, yeah. I mean, the way that they approached him, they're not going to be able to think that Carmelo knew that they were going to do that. There's no way. It's like they surprised him when they got over there to him, because he wasn't even checking for them. It's like he didn't even realize what they was about to do until they was up on him. Because when you're sitting on bleachers where your feet are at, where your feet are just sitting, that's where they were standing. They were that close to him. Their intention was to assault him. They were going to make him move, and then if he didn't move. And that's exactly what the jury is going to see when this trial comes, or if it comes.
I'm
That's
glad
exactly what they're going to see.
I'm glad that you said that it was their intention. I'm glad that you said that because at no point at the time that they made the trek from wherever they were outside that facility, at no point did they get somebody who could have had the authority to say, Carmelo, you need to move to another spot, just to keep the tension down, but had that authority. At no point did they actually do anything like that. So it was their intent that it was him they were going to move. Not to
They
mention the fact
passed
that
up,
everybody else under that tent didn't have that kind of a problem with him.
exactly. They passed up adults and parents and coaches and they passed up all of that when they was making their way to him.
So
And
based
And
on
as
the
as
counts,
you mentioned that, I think that the district has a vested interest in trying to help ensure a conviction because they look kind of. I know it's hard to get liability for an unaliving or physical injury. It's a really tough standard, but And like I said, I didn't see the video, but I just say they have a vested interest in trying to make sure that Karmelo is convicted.
So based on their accounts, Austin were separated. They always were together throughout this whole confrontation because the narrative was it was first Hunter and then Austin entered entered after the confrontation happened between Hunter and Carmelo. So it seemed like that the video is
Well,
going to show that everything happened with them together. There was no separation between Austin and Hunter or the other two witnesses.
But here's something you
right.
can add to that,
But
OG.
in the video, I remember seeing a boy in a black hoodie going over to Carmelo first, and then I guess that's when Hunter was telling him that he needed to leave. Back with 6 people.
What was the time duration from when Hunter left and came back?
Maybe a minute. Like
So
they
that
ran
means
out, and then you see them come, and you see that same person come back with a gun. They
so
they were walking so fast. Some of the boys had to do like a little quick jog to catch up to them.
Now,
yeah. So
And he
all
came back
Was
with his
Austin in
gang
that
gang.
group? Was Austin in that group or not? That's why I get confused.
Yes,
Okay, that's my
I
thought.
believe that's when Hunter left and went and got Austin
Yeah.
and the rest of his little gang gang.
So Austin was basically in within distance, within a relatively short distance for him to go, get his brother.
Yeah,
I was gonna add that here's something that you can add to that statement you made about separation. We washed dishes together. We did yard work together. We played sports together. We did everything together. Those were Hunter's words.
Even when I back, all of those things are going to come back to haunt him.
I might be wrong for saying this, but they even touch booty together.
I'm not gonna do this.
I'm
Okay,
not going. No. Let's stop.
I'm
Stop.
sorry. Okay.
Hey. Well, and if you got to go there, Miss Gwen, they shared the same women together.
Yes, sir.
Well, how do you know that?
Didn't he take Austin's girlfriend to prom?
Yeah, but that was after he was unalive.
Well,
I'm
that's
saying, how do
that.
you know when he was alive that they shared women?
I don't. I'm just
Great.
saying. I'm just saying. If he took his girlfriend to prom, that don't add up to me. I mean,
Well, let's be careful here now. Let's not say more than we can really say, though, because that's what they do.
I think it is very weird that he took his brother's